Sony, and I am the Marketing and Projects Manager at PFNDAI. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of PF India for joining us today at the webinar on Future Outlook on Healthy Ingredients with special emphasis on proteins. The session sponsors of the webinar are Amway, Zydus Wellness, and Marico. The event sponsors are Nestle, Unilever, and Marico, and the exhibitors on this virtual platform are Vista Food, Rocket, Hexagon Nutrition, SA Pharmachem, Prolicious, Sensient, and Fine Organics. I request all our attendees to do visit the virtual booth and explore. To all the speakers and panelists present with us today on this dais, it is a pleasure to have all of you today, and I'm sure that we will have a series of informative and interesting talks. So good luck, everyone. I would now request Dr. Shatadru to deliver a welcome address. Over to you, Dr. Shatadru. So you are on mute.
Thank you, Dolly. Am I audible? Audible now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everybody. And I'm your chairperson speaking, Dr. Shatadru Sengupta. Very warm welcome to all our members, friends, and colleagues at PFNDAI. So there have been great changes recently, you may be aware, due to the pandemic, which made everybody think about nutrition, health, and safety. People who would not ordinarily think about it had begun thinking about it. So that it may be something thought-provoking, the pandemic itself. So people have realized that they should consume more proteins as they are deficient in that. They have realized that there's a deficiency in proteins. There are some older and newer sources of proteins which we must consider, like millets and oats. Also, we need immunity from viral and other diseases. So we must have immunity boosting vitamins and minerals, as well as some nutraceuticals and botanicals, which have shown promise for increasing immunity. Immunity being top of mind in these times. So we have invited experts for discussing all these problems and some new solutions. So hoping that we get a lot of useful deliberations on these issues and everybody gets something to take home. I wish the webinar all success. Do ask questions and hope that you enjoy the presentations by our domain experts. So over to Dr. Pai.
Thank you, Dr. Shatadru, for these very encouraging words. Dolly, what is on the agenda next?
Thank you, Dr. Shatadru. Thank you for the welcome address. Before we start with the presentation, this is a kind request to all to please put your questions in the chat box with the name of the speaker to whom you are addressing the question. The questions and answer will be taken up after the presentation of each speaker. We now begin with the first session and would like to invite first speaker of today's session, Dr. Shashikaran Boindala, to share the importance of proteins with health benefits of plant proteins. I would like to take a few minutes to introduce the speaker to you all. Dr. Shashikaran, please don't share your screen until I finish the introduction. Dr. Shashikaran is an honorary scientific director at PFNDAI. He is a former director of National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR, Hyderabad. He is a pathologist by training and has carried out research in the area of nutrition, food safety, and toxicology for 30 years. He has over 120 publications and chapters in 3 books. Over to you, Dr. Shashikaran.
Thank you very much, Dolly, for the introduction, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Shatadru, and Dr. Pai for giving me this opportunity. Let me share my screen. Can you see my slide?
Absolutely. No problem.
Okay. Now, just as the chairperson mentioned in his opening remarks, that proteins constitute a very important macronutrient in our diet. And proteins are required for right from conception till death. At every stage, they are needed for either for the growth of the body or the maintenance of the various systems and the basic metabolism. Protein deficiency has been a big problem in our country in the past. We have overcome to a very great extent by improving the food intakes. There is always I wouldn't say misconception, a kind of attitude that animal-based proteins are probably better than plant proteins. So we have come a long way now understanding the value of plant proteins, and with the present problems relating to global warming and environment and agriculture activity contributing quite a bit to this greenhouse gases, the time has now come for us to weigh the pros and cons between animal proteins and plant proteins and look at their relative merits and demerits in terms of our health benefit. Now, this slide shows a table which is called as the Acceptable Macronutrient Distribution Range, or AMDR. I've taken this table from the RDA book of the NI and ICMR. It gives age and physiological groups and what percent of energy should come from the various macronutrients. So we will now look only at the topmost row, which is protein. So the range of protein requirement in terms of what percent of energy intake is fairly large, from as low as 5% to 15%. And it is almost similar across all the age groups. So the question is, why is there such a big range, and what's the reason for this? Is one of the main reasons, of course, is the age of the person, the physiological status, the body weight, and etc. But apart from that is the quality of the protein which is consumed, which is measured by the protein efficiency ratio, about which I will tell you later. So if we consume a protein of a good quality, we'll also decide what do you mean by a good quality. Then the intakes could be a little lesser. But if it is of a protein which is not of the optimal quality, we may have to compensate it by increasing our protein intake. And again, we also have different needs of our body at different times when we have to increase the protein. And therefore, the RDA has given a considerable amount of a range of the protein intake. Now, proteins coming from animal sources could be from the following: milk or yogurt, or what we call in India as curd and cheese. These are the dairy sources, the largest contributor and the most commonly used one. Then come eggs, and then poultry. Poultry, of course, includes both chicken and quail and turkey and so on, depending upon which part of the world we are. Beef, which is red meat coming from the cattle sources. Then we have goat and lamb, which is again very common in our country. And pork, which is of course not that much in India, but it is still there. So these three, which is beef, goat, lamb, and pork, together are called as red meat. And this red meat is unique in the sense that in addition to the protein which it provides, red meat also gives us a lot of saturated fat. And that seems to be the negative aspect of red meat, even though the protein quality probably be good. A better option in terms of protein requirement coming from animal sources is fish and other seafood. And even among seafood, if, for example, if you take shrimp as a source of protein, shrimp also gives a good amount of cholesterol along with the protein. But nevertheless, the protein quality of seafood is extremely good. So these are the animal sources of protein. Now we look at plant sources of protein. We have whole grains, which is what we regularly consume, whether it is rice or wheat or millets, whatever. All of them have different quantities of protein. Then we have the legumes, which are coming from the bean family. And then we have the lentils, and lentils actually have what we call as dal, is what it's a major contributor of protein for people in our country. In fact, we don't cultivate as much lentils as the country needs, and quite a bit of it we actually import from other countries. Then we have seeds like sunflower seeds or flax seeds, etc., which we consume in small quantities, but are also good protein sources. Then nuts, which are cashew nuts, walnuts, almonds, etc., which are again good sources of protein and also have other healthy bioactive substances. But the problem, of course, is that they are expensive and may not be affordable to everyone in this country. And then we have, of course, vegetables and all other plant sources, including several green leaves, which give us different amounts of protein. So there are good sources of a vegetarian protein. Even if there's somebody who's a vegan who does not take milk, the protein requirement could actually be met from the vegetable sources. Now, there are also a category which are neither plant nor animal, and these are the algae. So algae, you have got red, brown, and green algae, depending upon the kind of pigment they are producing and depending upon the location where they are. And algae can be either microscopic ones, which are the microalgae, or the larger ones, which are macroalgae. Example of a macroalgae is seaweed. And if you ever go to any Japanese restaurant, you'll find that quite a bit of the food there actually is mixed with seaweed or wrapped in seaweed wrap. And this is a very good source of protein. And the protein content could range from 5 to 47%. It is said that the red varieties of seaweed actually have a higher amount of protein. And they are all the amino acids which we need. They are a source of all the amino acids, and they're as good as the reference protein, which we call as albumin or egg white. So seaweed is something which we don't consume much, but I wish we could have in future more of seaweed consumption as part of our regular cuisine. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we have a range of proteins, but not all proteins are equal in quality. So now, therefore, if we want to know which is a good protein, because ultimately the aim of the protein is that it should help in improving the lean body mass and it should help in growth. So a test which is used as protein efficiency ratio uses weanling rats, which are 21-day-old rats, which are growing animals. They grow very fast. And you feed them a known quantity or a known weight of protein over a period of, let's say, 3 weeks or 6 weeks. And then look at the weight at the beginning and the weight at the end. Then the weight of the weanling rat divided by the weight of protein consumed, that gives the protein efficiency ratio. So if we were to give an animal protein, the ratio may range between 3.1 to 3.7, which means you give 1 gram of protein, the body weight goes up by 3 grams. But while you give a plant protein of the same weight, the ratio ranges from 1.2 to 2.4, which means you give 1 gram of a plant protein, the body weight of the animal goes up by 2 grams. Okay. Now, the protein efficiency ratio can also be derived, because since we can't be doing these animal experiments and sacrificing them to get this PER. So there are other parameters. For example, the PDCAS value, it is protein digestibility corrected amino acid score. And maybe Dr. Shobha will give a little more in detail about the calculation. So when you have a PDCAS score, you multiply it by 2.5, you roughly get the PER. So this was a guidance given by Health Canada. Now, what is the reason why the plant proteins have got a lower PER? One, of course, is that they are incomplete in their essential amino acid composition. So there are always a couple of missing amino acids among the essential one, which the body can't synthesize, and we need to get it from food, and those are the essential ones. They are missing, unlike animal protein where all the acids are present, except, of course, I mentioned algal protein. And more than that, they are lower digestibility. So these proteins are enmeshed with fiber and other plant-based components. So if they are coming in as such from the plant as food, the digestibility is lesser than if you consume an equal amount of a meat or a milk product. So because of the lower digestibility and the absence of some of the amino acids, the protein's ability to become part of the body muscle is lower, and that is why you see the PER is less. But this is not something which we should worry about, because there are ways in which we can overcome this. Now, the amino acids therefore come under 3 categories. The indispensable amino acids in the left column, you see there are 9 of them, and they are not indispensable because we need them, but our body does not make those amino acids. We have dispensable ones, which is we need them, but not as much as on a regular basis, but they're made by our body. Whenever there's a need, our body synthesizes these amino acids from the other amino acids. There are some which are called conditionally indispensable, which means in the normal course of our life, what is present in the body is adequate, but sometimes, let us say pregnancy, infection, stress, and rapid growth, etc., or when you're undergoing some treatment, there's a sudden increased need for some of these amino acids when this has to be supplied through food or through supplement. These are like arginine, cysteine, glutamine, glycine, proline, and tyrosine, but these are very important components of our body proteins. But normally we don't need to take supplements, but under certain circumstances we have to. So these are how the amino acid categorized. Now let's compare some of the protein sources and look at the PDCAS values as per the FAO document and what are the amino acids which are missing. So they are called as limiting amino acids. Any amino acid which is either missing or in very low quantities, we call them as limiting amino acids. Milk, for example, has a PDCAS value of maximum PDCAS value of 1. Okay, 100% digestible, 100% having all the essential amino acids. So therefore, there are no limiting. Everything is present in milk protein. Whey, which is also from a dairy source, also has a PDCAS of 1, but it has a low amount of histidine, one of the essential amino acids. Soy protein is as good as milk or whey. It is around 0.9, 0.93 or so, and is one of the best comparable plant protein to animal protein, but it has 2 limiting amino acids, which are the sulfur-containing amino acids. They're not missing, but they are in low quantity, like methionine and cysteine. Pea protein has a PDCAS of 0.83, so about 83% as digestible as milk. Here again, the above 2 amino acids, that the sulfur amino acids and tryptophan, are missing. Quinoa has 0.78, and there are 4 amino acids which are low in quantity, which are leucine, lysine, threonine, and valine. So, but these plants which do not have all the essential amino acids do have other amino acids which are required for the body, even though they are non-essential. For example, let us compare here the 3 amino acids, presence of 3 amino acids: leucine, which is required for muscle growth; arginine, which is of importance for our vascular health; and glycine, which is again involved in our immunity and other body structural things. Now you look at whey. Whey is good because it has got a lot of leucine, okay, and it's good for bodybuilding and muscle building. But look at the other 2 amino acids, arginine and glycine. There's very little in whey. You take soy protein, it has got almost 80% of leucine, as good as in milk. It has got a large amount of arginine and also a good amount of glycine. Similarly, look at canola, potato, pea, and quinoa. These may have lower amounts of a muscle-building amino acid, which is leucine, but it has got other important elements. So the plant proteins are in some way superior at times in terms of their amino acid composition to plant proteins, even though those amino acids are non-essential. Many of them are critical for body growth. Now, how do we improve the essential amino acid intake if we were to take only plant proteins? The question is, I told you that they don't have all the amino acids. So there are different ways. One is you increase the quantity of the plant protein consumed to compensate for lower digestibility. So if the digestibility is only 70%, so you increase by another 30% the quantity of the protein so that you will get the full amount of protein. Now, plant protein isolates and concentrate. You can up to about 20 grams per serve will provide you all the amino acids because will have very good digestibility and therefore it is a better quality. But more important for practical purposes, you consume plant proteins from varied sources. As you saw in the previous slide, every particular food protein has got a different combination of amino acids. Some are missing in one, it will be present in the other. For example, when we have our regular dal chawal or roti and dal, the roti or the rice is inadequate in lysine, but that is present in the dal. The dal does not have methionine, but that methionine is present in the cereal. So when we have a cereal pulse-based diets, we are actually getting all the amino acids, except for the problem that it is less digestible. So the quantity, if it's increased, so we can get the same quality protein from plant sources, and animal sources alone are not necessary. And I also showed you that plant proteins have got certain other non-essential amino acids, but which are good for health. Now, soy that way is good because it's a complete protein with all 9 essential amino acids. 100 grams of raw beans will give around 37 grams of protein. And digestibility, I already told you, it is almost as good as milk. And this is one of the best sources of vegetarian protein. So the PD-Cas value of milk versus soy is 1.93. We also have now a more accurate measurement, which is called the digestible indispensable amino acid score, where each, instead of looking at the digestion of the protein as a whole, here we look at the individual amino acids which have been digested by taking sample not from the fecal matter, but from the ileal samples, either through people who have ileostomy or through some other methods. So this is supposed to be more accurate, and now FAO is advising that we do adopt this. Now the PD-Cas others I have already showed you in the previous slide. Now this is a paper which got published in 2021, where Indonesian infants who had cow's milk allergy were fed soy-based infant formula. So this gave them a good opportunity to see the growth of these babies, those on soy formula versus those on cow's milk. And they found that based on the various parameters like weight for age, length for age, weight for the length of the baby, and the head circumference, which are considered as the critical anthropometric parameters of growth, they found that the infants fed with soy-based infant formula grew as well as those infants fed with the milk formula. And this shows that as long as you give the right kind of amino acids in any form, vegetarian or plant, you will get the same kind of a growth. That means this helped in the muscle building because it had all the amino acids, that is the soy one. Oops. Yeah. Now we come to the question of, we were talking that the environment has now become a problem and greenhouse gases get accumulated because of our agriculture activity, apart from all other sources of greenhouse gases. And these are CO2, methane, N2O, and fluorinated gases are generated. The highest amount of greenhouse gases generated are when you grow lamb, goat, or cattle for their meat. Intermediate, of course, is when you calculate the amount of milk and cheese, pork, and poultry have much less. The lowest is, of course, through eggs, nuts, rice, lentils, and millets. Okay. So there's another paradox here is why animal protein may not be all that good is because you need to give 6 kilograms of plant protein if you want to produce 1 kg of animal protein. And therefore, this contributes to higher greenhouse gas accumulation. The total food-related emissions, how much does food or agriculture activity actually contribute to the overall global warming? It is 34%, okay? And out of this 34%, 35% comes from livestock and rice cultivation. In fact, above I have said that rice is a lower greenhouse gas emitter, but in terms of area under cultivation, they contribute a huge amount, okay? And this data is from a source called Emission Database of Global Atmospheric Research. What are the disadvantages of animal protein? There are higher risk of quite a few diseases. Number one, of course, is heart disease because of the associated saturated fat, which comes with red meat. Type 2 diabetes mellitus, probably there's no direct relationship so far. There are several studies have been done, but through obesity associated with higher saturated fat consumption or through higher meat product consumption may contribute to type 2 diabetes. There's a higher risk of stroke among those who consume more of meat. There is also higher risk of cancer, some of the cancers with higher meat consumption, especially the red meat. And above all is our ethical consideration of sacrificing animals. And then the exception to this animal protein being disadvantaged are poultry and fish, because poultry is lean meat and fish in addition has got a lot of omega-3 and other advantages. So these are not the contributors for these negative qualities. Now, what are the advantages of plant protein? Number one, it is less expensive. And as I showed, I'm not very sure about the less expensive, even though it may be relatively less expensive, because the price of vegetables and other plant sources are also hitting the roof. There are also less greenhouse gas, and therefore they are sustainable, as you saw in the earlier slide. There's a lower risk of non-communicable diseases, but that is not just if you eat plant protein. It depends on your overall diet and the association of plant protein. It's not a one-on-one relationship between, you shouldn't go about the impression that if I eat plant protein, I won't get a heart attack or diabetes. It's the overall diet which is responsible. And when you consume plant sources of protein, you also get some phytonutrients, which are benefits like soy isoflavones or carotenoids. Now, the advantages of plant protein also are, it is beneficial in chronic kidney disease patients. People who have got end-stage kidney failure are told not to eat too much protein. That is animal protein, but their protein intake will be met by plant-based proteins because they are less toxic and they do not damage the remaining viable part of the kidney. Generally, people develop kidney failure when almost 90-95% of the kidney is gone. Then the nephrologist makes sure that the remaining kidney works as long as possible before they go into dialysis. So then they say, stop taking proteins, reduce protein, but protein loss is there. And to compensate that, plant proteins are good because they are not toxic to the kidney. And type 2 diabetes mellitus, the risk reduction, as I mentioned, studies are equivocal. We are not very sure. People who consume pure plant-based foods have a longer life. The mortality is lower. So overall, the health benefits of plant proteins are not for isolated proteins. You should remember, we are not talking about proteins coming through a plant source as a whole food. Now, that is when you get the maximum benefit as isolated forms. Now, coming to the last part is on the muscle protein synthesis. We ultimately want to see how good are plant proteins in building your muscle. The total protein intake, plant protein, should be somewhere between 20 to 40 grams, at least twice or thrice in a day, of which you need 2 to 4 grams of leucine, because leucine is the one which triggers muscle building. That's one of the reasons people take a lot of whey. And it has been found that if you have plant proteins with adequate amount of leucine and essential amino acids, they are as good as whey protein. So higher levels of plant protein, that is greater than 40 grams per day, are needed to increase the leucine to match with the whey for better muscle protein. Rice or pea protein at 50 to 75 grams per day had the same muscle mass increase as whey protein with resistance training. Okay, so people are also working out, and they can, if the person is a vegan bodybuilder, he can't take whey protein, he can take any of the plant proteins, provided he takes adequate quantities. The PAR determination in rats, if you were to give a 30:70 ratio of animal protein and plant protein to a rat, you will get the same growth in terms. Therefore, the PAR can be achieved with a combination of animal and plant protein as well. Oh, no. Sorry. Yeah, then there are 2 studies of a protein blend of 20 gram containing 25% whey protein isolate, 25% soy protein isolate, and 50% sodium caseinate. This can promote muscle protein synthesis to a level equivalent to whey. So these are some of the studies which showed how plant protein can be used as a substitute for whey protein for muscle building. Now, what are the potential negative effects of taking plant protein? Plants also have anti-nutrient factors, and these anti-nutrient factors can create problems like a leaky gut or autoimmune disease. Example, some of the lectins and saponins which come along in the plant protein. Protein maldigestion because of protease inhibitors like trypsin inhibitors. Carbohydrate maldigestion because of alpha amylase inhibitors, and mineral absorption malabsorption because of phytates, tannins, or oxalates. So these are all not there in animal proteins. Interference with thyroid iodine uptake, that is goitrogens, and gut dysfunction, inflammation. There are also some behavioral changes which can happen because the serial gliadins can get converted to what molecules called exorphins, which are known to cause some behavioral changes. But one good thing is that once you process these proteins, you will either by cooking, steaming, fermenting, any of these home processing or industrial processing, it eliminates most of these anti-nutrients. Allergy is another problem. Allergy is there with any protein. Both animal and plant can cause allergy in some individuals. It is because of a particular sequence of amino acids which are present in the protein chain. Allergen databases are there by which we can identify, but we also have a mandatory labeling that if it's nuts or soy or any of these are present, then we then say that this should not be taken for by people who have got allergies. Okay, and so I think with that I have one more slide. No, that's the last slide. And so allergen protein, what you should do is best in protein hydrolysates. For people who are allergic to any of these, the hydrolyzed proteins will be less allergenic. Not that they'll be 100% non-allergenic. It depends upon how sensitive people are. So protein hydrolysates can be replaced. We should also remember that allergy-containing amino acid sequences do not get destroyed at cooking. So because they are thermally resistant. So an allergy can happen both with uncooked as well as heavily cooked food also can cause allergy. So people who have the allergy should take foods which do not have those allergens at all and not think that cooking will eliminate them. So we have seen now overall a comparison between plant and animal protein. Plant protein can match up with animal proteins, and those who opt for it can use it and lead a relatively healthy life. And with environment under consideration, let us all think of slowly replacing animal protein with plant proteins. So thank you for your attention. I'll now stop sharing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sashikaran. I have one question for you. If digestibility is less than animal proteins, how should we improve the digestibility, or how do we meet the RDA with plant proteins?
No, I've already shown in one of my slides. Digestibility
one is, increasing the amount of food that you consume. But
second is by processing. By you process them, you improve the digestibility. You remove a whole lot of fiber, the protein hydrolysates or purified proteins, etc. Then the digestibility can be by processing methods. You can improve digestibility, or by increasing the quantity. So you have higher amount, and therefore you are able to meet the protein requirement.
Thank you very much. I think we have run out of time for this. So we may come back to you again when we have panel discussion.
So I'm sorry I took more time.
No problem. It was very interesting. Yeah, I think we'll go on to the next one. Dolly, would you like to introduce Dr. Shobha?
Yes, sir. So thank you, Dr. Sashikaran, for that excellent presentation. It was quite insightful. I would now like to invite the speaker of today's session, Dr. Shobha Urpi, to talk on recent perspective on quality of proteins. I would like to take a few minutes to introduce the speaker. Dr. Shobha Urpi is a research director and head medical research center, Kasturba Health Society, and honorary director, integrative nutrition and ayurvedics, medical research center, Kasturba Health Society. Dr. Shobha Urpi obtained her PhD in foods and nutrition from Purdue University, USA in 1984. Dr. Shobha was former professor and head Department of Food Science and Nutrition, SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. Over the years at SNDT, she has guided 18 PhD to completion and is currently guiding 5 PhD. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dolly. And at the outset, I thank all of you, particularly Pai sir, for inviting me. I will now share my screen. So sir has asked me to speak on perspectives of protein quality. Yeah. And I hope this will fulfill what sir's expectations are. So when we look at proteins in our diet, as Shashikaran sir has said, it is important for us to accurately and objectively define protein quality, because it plays an important role not only in addressing human nutrition requirements, but does affect nutrition policies, trade, and even product development. And as sir has told us, dietary proteins are extremely diverse. They vary considerably in their amino acid composition, digestibility in terms of the different sources. And as we know, we classify them broadly as plant or animal proteins. We also look at the amino acid composition in terms of the indispensable versus non-essential or dispensable amino acids. And some people even talk of them as complete and incomplete proteins. But what's important is that the composition and quality of various dietary proteins could be unique, because they can influence our physiological functions in the body in different ways. And so to meet our requirements, we need, as sir has said, the right amino acid composition, but we also need very good digestibility. And we know that our requirements do vary with age, physiological state of state of health. But what's very important to remember is that besides the entire protein, individual amino acids play very important physiological roles in terms of synthesis and functioning of muscles and organs, enzymes, hormones, and immune system. And as sir has said, some amino acids become conditionally dispensable. So quality is influenced of proteins by the availability of the amino acids, not only depending on the source of protein, but also on the processing treatments and possible interactions that they could have with other food components. So if you look at the protein in terms of human body, we could say that protein quality influences many health outcomes. Some of them we could talk of as short-term outcomes and some of them as long-term outcomes. So obviously we look at growth, tissue repair, immune function, host defense, muscle and skeletal mass, mood, sleep patterns, mental performance, and detoxification of chemical agents and antioxidant systems in the short-term perspective. But from the long-term perspective, besides the risk of nutrition-related chronic diseases, we also see that protein quality can influence our life course events. For example, linear growth, menarche, aging, functional loss of muscle and bone strength, cognitive decline, and immunity. And there are many physiological and metabolic processes that would be influencing our genes, our epigenetic changes to those genes, and ultimately the protein metabolism. So when we look at protein quality measurement, we have a number of methods that are used. The oldest method is protein efficiency ratio, and I'm not going into the details of measurement principles for lack of time. But because this was done on rats and it had its limitations, we then moved on to a method known as net protein retention or net protein ratio. We then had PDCAS or protein digestibility corrected amino acid score, which is the ratio of essential amino acids in the test protein compared to the reference protein, and it is corrected for the protein digestibility. But even that was found to have some limitations. So the expert groups then moved on to the digestible indispensable amino acid score, which is what we look at. So the difference is that while in PDCAS we look at fecal protein digestibility, here we look at ileal digestibility. And there are certain protein digestibility methods that we look at. We could look at the true digestibility, which would reflect the percentage of nitrogen that is absorbed. then the biological value, net protein utilization, and probably the most accurate but difficult to perform anywhere is the dual isotope tracer method. When you look at these methods, we have moved from the past, that is protein efficiency ratio, which evaluated growth or weight gain, and we expressed this as the amount of per amount of protein that the animal consumed. Then we took PDCAS, which was a combination of the age-related reference pattern for amino acids representing human requirements, but we also took into account the digestibility of protein. And these are some of the PDCAS values, for example, soy, milk, casein and whey, egg white, beef protein. Beef protein is 0.92, pea protein is 0.73, rolled oats is 0.57. And then we have peanut meal having a PDCAS of 0.52, lentils 0.4, rice is 0.47, whole wheat is 0.40. And we then have DIAS, which is determined by analyzing the true ileal amino acid digestibility, which is generally measured in pigs and rats. But experts now say that we should expand protein quality evaluation because of the various functional outcomes that protein is associated with and is essential for. So we might need to look at incorporating protein and the role of amino acids in bone health, gastrointestinal function, bacterial flora, glucose homeostasis, cell signaling, and satiety. And we would need to this. So there has been the report of a joint FAO-WHO expert consultation recently published in 2022. The tasks of this consultation was to review the present knowledge related to evaluation of protein quality, discuss the various techniques that are used worldwide, and then specifically evaluate the method recommended by the Codex Committee on Vegetable Proteins, which talks about amino acid score corrected for digestibility. That for some time the amino acid score has been used. However, what are the problems or issues that are of concern to nutritionists? Some proteins, but not all proteins, can be evaluated because they are not very digestible or available. Also, the methods used are established, and when extensive information is not available, then we have, and most methods do use a rat assay. Now, is the rat the best model for us? Because the rat requires more sulfur-containing amino acids than humans, also requires more histidine and branch chain amino acids. So these are some of the issues. Now, there are certain limitations that are there. So, for example, currently, the Canadian government utilizes PER. US FDA uses PDCAS. But these are based on rat growth. PER was based on rat growth studies. So one of the criticisms or considerations that we need to think of is that this is the document by Bootriff in 2022. Does not really look into the issue that it may not support growth, but it may still maintain our requirements. So that growth is different from, let's say, maintenance requirements for an adult. So it may be adequate for maintenance. The second consideration that we have is if a particular protein has a PER of 2, another has a PER of 1, it doesn't mean it's 2 times as good as the other. And we are not, a PER is not suitable to calculate utilizable protein. That is, we are not really able to rate in that sense. Okay, because, and generally we know that animal sources will rank higher. Why? Because in many of the animal proteins, digestibility is high. The distribution of the essential amino acids, which Dr. Chatikaran has clearly showed us that they are perfectly aligned with human requirements. And as he showed that food matrix of plant proteins impairs digestion. So the amino acid distribution may be proportionally low. And we know, for example, that grains tend to be low in lysine, whereas legumes tend to be low in methionine. So what the question is, digestibility is a very, very important aspect that we consider today. But we need data on comparing protein digestibility values of humans and rats, given the same identical food products. I have given the digestibility, true protein digestibility for some products, like peas, green and yellow, lentil green, then chickpeas, pinto beans, kidney beans, black beans, wheat flour, which has good digestibility overall. Soy flour, pea protein isolate is very good, which is comparable, I think, to casein. But when you look at it, although we say that rat balance method, it's one of the most practical when we look at protein digestibility in humans, because human balance studies are not at all easy to perform. So the expert group which met has at the moment suggested that we can use amino acid scores corrected only for true digestibility. But if we have new or novel products or processes, we would need to determine digestibility values. They have also said that we need to establish a database for raw and processed products and establish and if we have well-defined foods and there is a reliable published database, we can use the digestibility values that have been established. I come to the next part, that is, there is in India, and because cereals lack lysine, legumes lack methionine, plant proteins complementation is something that has been always talked about as a possible means of improving the protein quality of our diets. So and it is said that if you consume sufficient amount of plant proteins and you have an appropriate variety and you are meeting your other nutrient requirements, possibly you may be able to meet your requirements for the essential amino acids without really relying on animal proteins. So if you look at it, the absorbability of plant proteins is only 60 to 70%, whereas on average animal proteins are 90% digestible. If they are processed, which plant proteins usually are in the food, okay, they are fairly digestible. The disadvantages or maybe considerations are that animal proteins are rich in saturated fat. But we have to remember that if it is milk, it gives you calcium. They are good sources of zinc, which is absorbable, and B12, which in general plant protein foods are not. The advantages, however, are that we get fiber, potassium, magnesium, folate. The other constraint is the bioavailability of the heme iron, non-heme iron from plant proteins, whereas in animal proteins, we have got heme iron. These animal protein foods are also low in antioxidants, whereas plant foods, whole foods, not isolates, are having good amount of antioxidants and contain a low amount of uremic toxins and harbor saccharolytic bacteria. So overall, it could be said that possibly it's not a plus only for plant proteins. We might want to at least think of maintaining a lacto-vegetarian kind of lifestyle that Indians have followed over centuries. So this expert group's recommendations are that previously used reference patterns were egg or milk protein. Now they are suggesting that we could come up with the expert group could come up with a provisional pattern of amino acid requirements, which could be used as a substitute for egg protein standard, but it would be hypothetical based on a pattern of amino acid requirements, and this needs to be worked upon. So it's very critical for success really to be able to obtain very precise measurements of amino acid content in protein sources. They've also said that we need to improve on the accuracy of the scoring methods. Many of us use chemically determined contents. If so, we must correct them for digestibility or biological availability. And currently what they recommend for use is, if you are talking about foods for infants under 1 year of age, then we should be using human milk amino acid composition as a reference. For children of preschool age, we use the amino acid scoring patterns as has been given by FAO, WHO, UNU in their 1985 report. And these are recommended or deemed as temporary until further research is done, when this research will tell us whether these are fine or whether we need to undertake any kind of revision. So we await more research studies and see what expert groups tell us. There are certain challenges when we do quality evaluation. As I said, we look at DIAS, which looks at amino acid digestibility to give us an accurate measure of the amount of amino acids that are absorbed and how much of that protein contributes to our requirements for both amino acids and nitrogen. But as research continues to evolve, indicating that protein has a good role in optimal health, we might need to look at what are the implications then for assessment of protein quality. There are people who are suggesting, do we need to use metabolomics approaches where you look at complex metabolite profiles from plasma and urine samples, correlate them to the protein and amino acid ileal digestibility to be able to evaluate. And of course, there are issues of the bioavailability and digestibility. So based on the amino acid score, we might say it's good quality, but if it's poorly digested or absorbed, in reality, that protein would not really be of good quality. So there are many factors that ultimately determine the digestibility and the structure. One is group of factors is constituents like lipids, phenolic compounds, flavor and aroma compounds, water, salt, acidulants, metal ions, and carbohydrates. All of us know of the Maillard reaction, which would compromise the availability of lysine. There are many processes and external conditions like pH, redox status, temperature, shear force, pressure, heating, cooling, freezing, drying, and concentrating. And there are other processes in which chemical derivatizations and enzymatic modifications can occur, which ultimately determine the digestibility of that food. So when we look at digestibility, if we want better digestibility, we would want denaturation, that is the unfolding of the structure. We want to look at random coil formation and inactivation of protease inhibitors. Whereas if you have formation of peptides due to the Maillard reaction, if you get a high proportion of intramolecular beta sheets or cross-linking, it is going to change the structure of the native protein because of the processing conditions, ultimately leading to altered protein chemistry and then alterations in digestibility. So there are many factors that can impair the digestion of protein. Number one is that the structure itself naturally occurring can limit. And I have given examples. For example, animal proteins like collagen, elastin, keratin, silk, they are resistant to digestion because of unusual structures. Whereas in plant proteins, they are usually organized in discrete protein bodies. They are covered by the seed coat, which will require processing. Then we have heat treatment, Maillard reaction or irradiation, which are all processing treatments. For example, heat treatment enhances polymerization, leading to changes in the structure, and enzymatic digestibility in case of sorghum protein has been found to be reduced. I already talked about Maillard protein. Irradiation also leads to cross-linking and formation of Maillard products, again inhibiting the enzymatic protein digestion and reducing digestibility. Then
Dr. Shobha.
Yes, sir.
We are running out of time.
Yeah, so I will not go into detail. So we also have anti-nutritional factors. Yeah. So there are certain that we have to look at. For example, vegetable feeds, protein isolates, where they have found that ultrasonification, sonication, high pressure processing, thermal process, I mean, microwave treatment, these might actually help in terms of increasing digestibility. Sometimes they also decrease allergenicity. And these are things we need to consider. Last but not the least is, and I'm not saying this is a great example, but we need to think of what India has been eating over the last several centuries, perhaps. And we have menus that have evolved. So we did an exercise, and this is from a paper that Paisar kindly accepted for publication in PFNDAI. So I've given the lysine content of rice as mentioned in the IFCT. We've given the methionine. This was a paper exercise. And in India, we have this menus like you have combination of vegetable and dal. So we took cabbage and chana dal, traditionally made, bottle gourd, that is dudi and chana dal, palak dal or patra or aloo vadi as it's known as, or cauliflower bhajia where we would dip it in besan batter, or even poriyal or parpur as is made in South India. And what we find is that while we never think of this was a thought we wanted to bring across, that while we never think of the vegetable contributing to improving amino acid content and perhaps improving protein quality, because this didn't take into account digestibility and all those issues, is something that we could look at in our own foods. So I end with that. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shobha. This was so enlightening, and you have given a lot of new information regarding the quality and how to determine that and how useful it will be. So I'm sure, there will be a lot of questions, but Gobind Rajan is waiting with his presentation. So yeah, thank you very much, Shobha. We'll come back to you during the panel discussion. Thank you. Dolly, would you like to introduce Dr. Gobind Rajan?
Thank you, Dr. Shobha. That was a very detailed presentation. I would now like to invite the next speaker of today's session, Dr. Gobind Rajan, to talk on developing innovative high-protein products. Let me introduce the speaker. Dr. Gobind Rajan is currently heading the R&D Zydus Wellness Limited. He has got PhD in natural products with more than 20 years of experience in diverse research and development. Having experience in pharmaceutical, food and cosmetic research and development, he has around 70 research publications in peer-reviewed national and international journals and around 10 patents. Over to you, doctor.
Irja is not interested.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dolly, for the nice introduction. Thanks, Dr. Pai, for inviting me and giving an opportunity to speak. I don't know whether should I thank or not, because, after such huge presentations from stalwarts, to do something now, to at least do justice to the presentation. I hope I do some justice to the presentation now. Let me just share my screen. I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it is perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I think just noon now. So talking after Dr. Shashikaran and Dr. Shobha, it puts a lot of pressure on you to deliver something. Of course, as Dr. Pai said at the start of the webinar itself, that there is going to be some overlap. So I will try, and I have some overlapping slides, but I'll try and not speak on them and speak on something else, which is different from what they spoke. To start with a couple of disclaimers coming from an industry, I think I should have these disclaimers. The views expressed here of my own doesn't necessarily come from Zydus Wellness as an organization. And for the sake of making this presentation interesting and informative, we have added some graphs and images from the published literature. So the copyrights are there. The purpose was only for scientific knowledge, and they have been referenced and acknowledged duly. To start with, I would start with this plate. I think talking in front of Dr. Shashikaran on this plate is going to be foolish, but just to give a perspective of how important it is, in this context. And having worked in US for some time, the right picture is also very important, not only the left side of the picture. It might look very simple that you have a mix of vegetables and fruits. I take cereals, I take lentils, I take rice, I take ghee, oil, somebody mustard oil, somebody will take sesame oil, a milk curd. Of course, Indians have one habit of taking milk and curd a lot. But if we just sit back and see, of course, I'm saying this with the belief that this full plate only fills half of your stomach. It's very important that you fill only half stomach with your food and half stomach you leave for water and the air to help digestion. With that assumption, we are talking about a full plate thali. It looks very simple that, I have filled half of it with vegetables and fruits, half of it with all these things. But in reality, if I see my plate, to be very fair, to be very frank, coming from South India, half of it will be rice. And a quarter will be with some, as madam said, some poriyal, some sabji. Typically South Indian sabjis are wet sabjis and dry sabjis, and then some sambar rasam, which has some amount of dal being part of it. If it's a North Indian thali, probably half of it will be rotis and some rice. Ideally, we are nowhere close to what we should be taking, and that puts a lot of emphasis on how do we make our diet more inclusive. To give an example of USFDA's this nutrition department, I was in US when there was a drive. The problem with in India, at least we have other occasions to take fruits and vegetables. But in US, there was a condition where they didn't have any occasion to take fruits and vegetables, and they have to actually push this agenda. There's a concept called as FCAD. 5 colors a day, which means that I take a capsule which today is yellow, tomorrow is red, tomorrow is blue. Basis the color of the vegetable and the fruit, there are capsules that wish to be taken, because their diet is so filled with the meat and the some amount of, thanks to McDonald's, some amount of carbohydrates. They don't take enough amount of vegetables and fruits. With the fast food culture picking up in India, I think we are heading there very soon. This is a small exercise thanks to Akshay Kumar's lot of advertisements in the TV. Everybody now knows that protein requirement is simply 1/10 of your weight. So if I weigh, for example, if I weigh 80 grams, 80 kgs, then 80 grams is my protein requirement. And how much should I weigh? BMI today, everybody knows, at least thanks to our iPhones and cell phone data, that we all have this. Just a small exercise. If it was not a webinar and if it was a in hall presentation, I would have asked everybody to do this calculation. I request everybody to do this calculation simply at your own end to see how much do you actually fulfill. It looks very simple that 80 grams. So I think I would have taken. Almost all of us think like that. But if I put my calculation of my, just take yesterday's your food that you took yesterday and just try and put it across. I'm sure, I don't know how many of you would actually cross 50% of your daily requirement of proteins. At least I don't do. Probably I would end up some 30-40 grams. On a very optimistic calculation, I would end up at 30-40 grams. I don't see anybody crossing 50% of the protein requirements. That actually essentially sums up the importance of this protein and the importance of. On a lighter side, the 3 important macronutrients that docs have also started off with saying that, carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. We already labeled carbohydrates as villain. Everybody is talking about no sugar, no carbohydrates, no rice. The keto diets have all come. We already, some years back, we already painted fats as villain. No ghee, no cholesterol, no trans fat. So there's no fat, there's no carbohydrate, only one macronutrient left behind is protein. So let's at least concentrate on proteins. On a lighter side, that also becomes very important, that how do I get my calories from? And that's where the proteins play an important role. So before I get into the formulation aspect, some amount of proteins role and types. Of course, the 2 speakers in the ahead of me had spoken a lot on it. I'm not going to repeat it, but somewhere from a formulation perspective, they're very important. Whatever is relevant, I'll highlight it. This is something that Dr. Shashigaran started off saying, very important to know that they provide support. We all from our school days, we all know building blocks of proteins are the building blocks. And a lot of gymmers today, the younger generation goes to a lot of gym, and the first thing that your gym trainer would have said to you is take protein concentrate, protein isolate, the large boxes that you would find of whey protein or some protein to build your muscle mass. So I don't think anybody has to be taught about what is the role of proteins today in muscles. In a simple fact, the fact that the protein acts as enzyme catalyst, and actually many biological reactions in the cell are actually controlled by the proteins, and they are also transport motor proteins, which helps in typically transport of molecules inside the cell. So the role of proteins undoubtedly are there, and all the more important because of the fact that in today's context, it becomes very relevant to make our diet for at least satisfying the RDA of protein. I think types of amino acids, Dr. Shashikiran already told about it. I don't have to stress it. What is very important is the fact that the protein sources comes from the plant proteins, animal proteins. A lot of we talked about the milk protein, whey protein, casein. I've just put these slides because I didn't know that there are going to be two speakers who are going to talk on this. But just I put this as placeholders. We'll see the importance of it when we formulate towards the later part of the product. So that's why I'm not talking about. But one important thing Dr. Shashikiran also stress on was the fact that the combination of proteins are very, very important. The combination actually plays a very important role overall. Say, as he cited, roti may lack an amino acid which is fulfilled by the dal. Dal may lack a amino acid which is fulfilled by the curd. So what is important is an ICMR recommendation which talks about a cereal legume milk composition at a ratio of 1:3 to 1:2.5. And this actually helps give you an entire basket of how well it can be. Easily said than done. I'll come to the challenges when we reach there. And the other sources are, of course, the insect source, the algal protein. Algal protein is gaining a lot of importance, especially in the West. I know a lot of people getting, because of the wide array of amino acids that it offers, it contains a lot of antioxidants and anti-inflammatory compounds. Of course, they have their own challenges in terms of the color and the taste when you come to formulation. Because see, whatever I talk about, at the end of the day, if I have to deliver my corporate, there are two big bosses sitting on my head. One is the regulatory, which tells me the problems, the documents that are required, and then the top management expectations on cost and the ease of manufacturing and the aesthetics of the product, which my consumer ultimately wants. So there's no compromise on the color, there's no compromise on the taste. Rest all, I need to have everything present there. So we'll get there soon. So to determine the protein quality, I'm going to skip this entire set of slides because Dr. Shori Madam actually explained it very beautifully. I don't have to talk about this at all now. So I'll move these slides faster. I'll get to the important thing of, as she rightly said, one important aspect is it is not that if the diet score is high, the protein is better. If it is twice, if the PER is 2 for an ingredient and 1 for the other ingredient, it is not that it is 2 times better. That doesn't hold good. What is important is at the end of the day, the combination that you use provides all the essential amino acids that the consumer wants or the subject wants. That is what has to be seen. So how do we manage the combination, or how do we manage that, formulate that into a single product or a single formulation that a consumer can take is what is relevant or what is important. So some amount of this study, actually, Dr. Shashikiran explained beautifully. This was a study that was done on a combination of soy, whey caseinate and soy at 2 different blends. And what is important to note, what I wanted to add beyond what Dr. Saab said, was the fact that you see that the delay for this blend too, significant delay here. The significant delay there meant that the wasting, it promotes actually muscle recovery, especially after for a sports person or post-operative recovery. This blend actually gave that extra recovery time, which means that the FSR was delayed at 135 minutes. The FSR was higher for both the whey as well as the soy at it was 45 for both. The FSR was similar for whey and soy, but the blend actually gave delayed FSR. That becomes very important aspect. That the same study was cited by Dr. Saab. I just wanted to cite that again. So similar study, on with that combination, we actually they actually found that it's prolonging the blood amino acidemia. So this helps in protein synthesis and the skeletal muscle. So this delay actually helps prolong. And these kind of studies on the blends actually gives the importance that it's not one animal protein, animal-derived protein or plant-derived protein is going to solve your entire problems. What is important is to how do we blend them and how do we blend them effectively. So I think this has been spoken about. Milk has a whey casein ratio of 20/80. Whey has its own benefits. Casein has its own benefits. Whey is fast absorbed, gives you immediate benefit. Casein has more satiety, slower release. The whey casein ratio of milk is what gives you both satiety as well as a longer release. So drivers of protein innovation, if I have to talk about protein innovation, three important aspects that I have to consider is sustainable agriculture. Of course, Dr. Shashikan also talked about the environmental impact of these animal proteins, and the plant proteins also will have its challenges. Today, in last month or so, I was in a FICCI conference. At least I see every conference, I see at least 5 to 10 companies coming up with startups on plant proteins. Now, if the entire world will change to plant proteins, we'll have to see if will we have the enough amount of agricultural land to grow them, and how do we sustain it? Sustainable growth. I did my PhD in natural products. When we used to work on Ayurveda, this was a question that we used to keep asking. Do we have enough land? Do we have? If the entire world population moves from the modern medicine to a natural product medicine, will you be able to give only natural product? Will you start synthesis then? So those are the questions. We are far away from that, but of course it will come. What is important is the protein availability. It is becoming more and more accessible. As rightly said, cost is going to be an exclamation mark as well as a question mark, because the cost in use is going to be very important, very relevant. But this is a survey that was done by Kerry, and I think all said what is important to a consumer. The most important aspect to the consumer is the taste. 65% of the consumers said that I want a product that is tasty. Then comes the quality of protein. So we may talk from a scientist perspective, we may talk a lot about the quality, the DIA score, the PDCA score, but what is important to a consumer? The top 4, if you see, is the taste, quality of the protein, is it natural, and the cost of the product. So these top 4, or even the top 5, if I say amount of protein per serving, so serving size is, of course, I hope there's no FSSAI member listening here, but what is important is, even if I say 35 gram serve size, 20 gram serve size, where is the control? Where is the compliance? If you see in the medical field, we say patient compliance is important. At the end of the day, consumer is going to take 1 spoon, 2 spoon, 3 spoons, whatever is affordable by him and whatever is going to give him the right taste. So serving size, serve size, and the amount of protein delivered in the serve size is going to be very, very critical. So for every animal-based protein, I think we have a replacer. I think Jubilant Foods launched a meat replacer. I haven't tasted it, but I've heard a lot about it. So analogs for everything, cheese analogs are there, butter analogs are there, fish analogs have come, meat analogs have come, dairy alternatives have come. So I think for every question that is posed, the scientific community has an answer. There is no dearth of an answer. What is important is to combine them effectively and provide an overall solution. So this is again a mental data to show, the growth of the, over the period of years, how has the growth been from the plant proteins. We see a definite trend of, the growth in the last few years on dairy-free. The vegetarianism in India growing, the dairy-free has picked up a lot. So if it is going to be dairy-free protein, then the plant proteins comes into the play. Animal protein will have its own challenges. So the plant protein is going to be there. It's going to stay here. But what is important is how do we combine. This is the current trends in terms of the high protein products available. And not surprisingly, the spoonable yogurt had the maximum. This was 2022 data from Intel. That the maximum believability of if there's a believability that which will give you the maximum protein, people still believe yogurt, then followed by the plant-based drinks. So 1 and 2 probably gives you an answer that these two are the ones that are going to stay here. Now I'll take you through the challenges that we have in the next 5-6 minutes. I know I'm running out of time. 5-6 minutes. I'll try and finish with challenges that my formulation team faces. Sensory is going to be a big challenge. Then, of course, the protein delivery. As I said, on one end, I cannot give more than 20 grams because the serve size has to be less, because otherwise the patient, the subject will not take it. The consumer will not take it more than that, because the cost is also going to be very effective. It has to be effective cost per serve, per size. And if I reduce my serve size and increase my product cost to 500 grams, then also people will not buy, because at one-time investment is also going to be a challenge in India. Just to summarize the sensory attributes, SMP has a milky, creamy taste. So most preferred taste, very instant grade available. Of course, a lot of people don't like milk taste. There's some lactose intolerant people also available. Barring that, a lot of people like the milky taste of the SMP. WPC has its own slight bitter afternote, which is a challenge that has to be taken care. Soy protein, the biggest challenge with soy protein is dispersibility. If I add soy protein, then it will not be, if I give it in a powder, I give it in a liquid, it's not going to be easily dispersed. And very poor dispersibility has a characteristic taste of its own. As I said, the taste is the biggest criteria for us to decide on what we want to do. Protein delivery, in terms of how much do we need to add, for example, to get 20% RDA. You can see, I have to mass balance. So if I have to formulate a product of 100 grams, if I have to put 30 grams for 20% RDA, then where do I mass balance it? Then I'll have to add sweeteners, sucrose, there are other things that have to be added. And of course, we need to have the mineral supplements, vitamin supplements. Those are the, and even at my own experience, above 6-7 grams of soy protein, if I add, it's going to be tasting awfully bad. And if to get a 20% RDA, I have to add at least 13.5-14 grams. Those are the challenges that we have in terms of formulation. Cost, of course, cost in use is very important. These are rough indicative costs, but you can just see the costs of cost in use. May look per gram protein. If I have to give 30 grams or 20 grams of protein, you can just calculate the costs that are going to incur. This is only for cost of the protein. Now I have to add other things also to make it 100 grams. So this is another important aspect, the stability of the protein, interaction of the protein with the salts that might have, that might be there in the product. So you can see that in the first graph, the behavior of soya protein in the presence of sodium chloride and calcium chloride, the turbidity increases. The salt intolerance is higher. On the other side, on the right side, if you see the graph, if I have to add a gum to thicken the product, initial dispersibility is different, turbidity is different. So I would have believed that the product is very good, but over a period of time, it becomes turbid. So these are formulation challenges that you'll have in terms of the matrix, because overall what product we deliver is going to be very important. The key questions to ask is, who is the target audience? What is the taste you want? What functional role you want? Or the impact on shelf life? Because I can't sell anything which is having a less than 6 months shelf life or a 1 year shelf life. So stability is very important. Processing of protein, as Dr. Shashikaran rightly said, it is very important what process we use, affordability, authenticity, the big two challenge guys sitting on my head, regulatory and the top management, which is talking about the cost and the expectations from a consumer. So the future lies in bringing in technology. Of course, the nutraceuticals, functional foods are here to stay. I think probably we will move, like the Western world, move more towards bioactive peptides. Plant proteins are there. There are a lot of startups. There are a lot of people working on it. I think still there are research gaps. Research gaps in terms of understanding it better, making it more compatible with the other matrices. And there will be, of course, advanced genomic tools and the genetic engineering coming in very soon. of course, keep GMO in your mind whenever we do this. So I end with, this is my team. Thanks my team to putting this together, and thanks for inviting me to talk.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gobind Rajan. Very interesting talk, and you have covered very nicely some of the future things that will be coming in considering whatever is presently that is available and changing. Definitely, a lot of plant-based products are coming, and they are mostly trying to imitate the animal products rather than, although there are some products, standalone products, which are not really mimicking something. Now, what kind of products do you see in future? Do you see plant proteins overtaking the animal proteins? Because, there is a lot of things happening both in research as well as amongst the consumer. So what do you see in future?
I think the combination is going to stay. I think wisely, a lot of people started combining the plant and the dairy protein. Both have its own advantages and disadvantages. As I said, nothing is perfect. Nothing is going to give you the, from all aspects, if you see. I think it's going to be a combination products that are going to stay. Plant products, I think plant proteins, there has to be a lot of research still, which is going to happen. I know enough literature available on the physiology aspects of the plant proteins, what it does inside the system. But I think what happens outside the system, in terms of a formulation lab, I think a lot needs to be there. A lot of research gaps are still there. Animal proteins, having been there for a long time, a lot of answers are still there. Plant proteins, a lot of questions are still unanswered. I think over a period of time, there will be a combination that will survive.
Yeah, I think especially since dairy is considered as vegetarian by Indians, so possibly, that may not change much, but, consumption of meat and other animal products might reduce a little. Yeah, thank you very much.
The vegan is picking up.
Yeah, but that may be only as a fad rather than really anything other than that, but I'm not a judge. So thank you very much for a beautiful presentation. Let me come back to Dr. Shobha before I go to the panelists. Shobha, there were a couple of questions for you from the audience. One was, what type of protein should a person consume if suffering from higher levels of uric acid? And the other question was, how can we improve the bioavailability of the branch chain amino acids from plant proteins, since there are some losses of nutrients due to processing, where many a times alteration of naturally occurring proteins happens? So Dr. Shobha or even the other speakers can comment on this. Is Shobha there?
Sir, I'm here.
Yeah. So
but if
would you like to
Dr.
take a shot?
Shashikaran or Dr. Gobind Rajan can answer, I will be happy.
Dr. Shashikaran,
actually, uric acid is one of those clinical situations where we discourage animal protein intake. That includes milk also. And like in chronic kidney disease, a lot of uric acid gets generated by consumption of red meat and also milk protein. And these are restricted or managed to maintain the uric acid levels at below 6. So animal protein is this is one. There are still a lot of actual clinical situations where we replace animal protein with vegetable protein, and that's the only thing which can sustain the protein amino acid levels of these patients and prevent muscle damage, at the same time protect the various organs, whether they are joints in uric acid or kidney in case of chronic kidney disease. So animal protein restriction is the treatment. The other question, I don't know why I didn't, first question only I heard. What's the next question?
Branch chain amino acids. If there is any
Yeah. Gobind Rajan, answer that.
Do you want me
Yes,
to
sir.
repeat this?
Yeah, please.
How can we improve the bioavailability of the branch chain amino acids from the plant foods, since there are some losses of nutrients due to processing, where many times alteration of naturally occurring proteins happens?
I think that is there's a lot of research is going on in this branch chain amino acids presence in the plant protein. That is one of the areas where plant proteins actually lack today, the BCAAs. So that is where a lot of people have conveniently started combining the plant proteins and the animal proteins to get the branch chain amino acids also.
Milk proteins do have a lot of branch.
Yeah, milk proteins do have. Plant proteins lack the branch chain amino acids, especially in the processing. I know a lot of research is happening on the processing also in trying to keep them intact, but I haven't seen any success till date on, at least I have not seen, if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen a plant protein which gives me a combination. There is also the other aspect of how much branch chain amino acids do we need to really have. That is also a question that's being asked. A lot of I've seen a lot of papers of late which have started questioning the importance of BCAA as well. I think in moderation BCAA helps. Overdoing of the branch chain amino acids also has its own challenges.
Thank you. I think maybe sports people or muscle builders may require more of BCAA energy rather than common lay people. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I will request Dolly to come and introduce our panelists, and then we can take up questions from panelists, as well as I think the speakers can comment on that. Yeah, Dolly, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gobind, for such a wonderful talk. Now for the panel discussion, I would like to invite the moderator and the panelists and would introduce them. The moderator of the panel discussion is Dr. Jagdish Pai. He is an executive director at PFNDAI. He has a degree in food technology from Mumbai University. He did his PhD in food technology, University of Massachusetts in Amherst, USA. He is a retired professor and head food technology, Department of UD now ICT. Mr. Vinayak Hastak, an astute professional with 3 graduation degrees from top-class universities of India and food technology, LLB and chemistry, has 34 plus years rich and hands-on experience in most reputed MNC food processing companies, certified lead auditor qualification for BRC 9.0's latest version. Mr. Pranay Jain is the founder of Body First and director of Gangwal Healthcare and the Protein Man of India. He did his MBA Tech Marketing from SVKM Narsimoji Institute of Management Studies. Being passionate about health, fitness, and nutrition, he founded Body First Wellness to provide world-class nutraceuticals to consumers. Dr. Bhavna Sharma is the head of nutrition science at ITC Foods, responsible for developing and executing the nutritional product pipeline, leads the public health-based CSR and sustainability initiatives for the foods division of ITC, closely works with many national and international nutrition, science, and regulatory groups. Over to you, Dr. Pai. You can now go ahead with the panel discussion.
Thank you, Dolly. I welcome all the panel members. I'm very thankful to each one of you for having spared a lot of time and effort to join us. And I'm sure the audience will benefit by interacting with you. So let me ask the first question to Vinay. Plant proteins, especially from legumes, are mostly globular, which are difficult to imitate fibrous structures of animal proteins. So there is a need for adding many additives, which may not be welcome to consumers. Are there any solutions to this? Vinay, you are on mute. Yeah.
Thank you so much. First of all, Dr. Pai and all eminent personalities, I would like to thank you for giving Vista an opportunity to be on dais and participate in the discussion, and wish you all a very good afternoon. We are talking about primarily the meat analogs. This is what exactly is the domain. What customer or consumer wants is that the product which we recreate in the factory is absolutely a mimic of non-vegetarian products, like from the sensory aspect, like especially texture, flavor, bite, and all those things. So there where the challenge is with the industry. Today, yeah, that plant proteins, especially legumes, and are primarily of the globular nature. And then what happens is that you have to add some chemicals. Now the challenge here, like while I work in the industry and I want to make some products out of these proteins, plant proteins, these are, if you look at, they are primarily byproducts of the oil industry, like soy, or otherwise maybe starch industry, which is gluten and all. And they have got rich fiber also, and they have got rich protein, and but they have got a less binding capability. And they, so when I want to make a product in the industry, I have to add some fat to bring the taste. I have to add a lot of spices to hide the taste, mask the taste of those products. So I find a challenge while binding them, because they don't gel it. When I add oil, it doesn't form a gel. It doesn't form maybe a sort of emulsion. So to do this, the quickest and cheapest alternatives are like methoxypectin, high methoxypectin. So those are or methyl cellulose, HPMC, and all those things. But these are the things, like the customer dislike. Now the thing is that what do I do in that case to get the right texture? So now what today the technology which is working is on primarily, as most of the veterans have said, is that yes, there is a technology which is coming out as a extrusion. So extrusion is giving a texture which is a fibrous texture, and that helps a lot. Secondly, sharing is the another technology which now industry has started using, and that sharing also gives a good texture to the plant proteins to behave like that. While like we have got some, every vegetable protein has got some plus or some minus. So there is a there is a combination which Dr. Gobind Rajan was saying, that select wisely combination of vegetable proteins, like maybe with soy, maybe use a pea protein, or maybe a simple protein of other vegetables like cow bee, moong, and then blend it and then make a product which will actually like help in forming the right product and give a feel to the consumer. And secondly, yeah, use some gluten, but the gluten has got again or maybe even egg, but then there are challenges like tolerance of the people for the, or the consumers for the protein. So those are some of the challenges. But how we wisely become use this blend of various proteins, use this technology. Some of the latest technologies that are coming up are, say, freezing, freeze blending, and all those things. So I think that will in future will help us. But this is what is the currently a status.
Thank you very much, Vinay. Let me go to Pranay, the protein man of India. Is veganism or gluten-free a mere fad or fashion amongst many, or is it real need to avoid milk and wheat for any particular physiological reasons? Means, is there a real need, or is it only a fad? That's the question.
So I actually, anyways, thank you so much for having me. I'm probably the least experienced and the youngest over here. So please, apologies from the start if I say something wrong. I'm going to speak my heart out, because I myself am a vegan, right? It's been over a year, and it's definitely not a fad. I've tried keto. I've tried basically everything. I've been a non-vegetarian. I've tried everything, right? But the problem with me was my IgE levels were obnoxiously very, very high. It was actually in the levels of 1500, 1600 when it should be actually below 100. And the reason is I used to consume almost a liter of milk watching Kapil Dev since childhood. Doodh piyo, doodh piyo, doodh piyo, doodh piyo. Aur main doodh pita gaya. And my IgE levels, and I was a complete dairy fanatic. I will call myself that. But since a year from when I dropped dairy completely, and it was actually like quitting smoking or quitting drinking altogether, it was as big of a difference in my life. My IgE levels currently are below 100, right?
Wow.
Except milk and dairy have changed nothing in my life. Absolutely nothing. Okay. I occasionally drink with my friends. I eat saturated, extremely high saturated food as well. Dairy is the only thing that has changed in my life in the past 1 year. So having said that's my personal experience. Now, if you see Mumbai, right? Doctor, you'll not believe that there are almost exclusive 1,500% vegan restaurants, right? You will not find a keto restaurant, 100% keto restaurant, right? You will find vegetarian restaurants. You will find like Manish Lunchhome is a pure non-vegetarian restaurant, but pure vegan restaurants were, I couldn't even think, right? I couldn't even fathom that there will be a day where I will go and I will have no, I don't have to say, okay, I'm a vegan and that's why I'm over here, right? So it's definitely not a fad. It's definitely here to stay. And two things I would like to end this question is, what is the one thing that doctors tell women who are suffering from PCOD to quit immediately? If anybody has PCOD, I have almost 3 people in my family, my wife, my sister, my 2 sisters. They all 3 of them have PCODs. The first thing that was told to them to drop was dairy. Now, there has to be a reason behind it, right? And second, and by the way, the PCOD is controlled without medicines once you drop dairy. Second, tell me one species other than humans who consume milk from another species. One, and I'll rest my case over there. That's how I want to end this question.
Thank you very much. Very nicely presented, and I'm sure there will be a lot of people who might be looking for vegan foods, and I'm very happy to know that there are many restaurants that are coming up which are purely vegan. Thank you. Dr. Bhavna, I have a question for you. Many of the high protein food products are either high sugar beverage mixes or bars, etc., or meat analogs. Why industry does not think of some totally new products? Dr. Bhavna.
Thank you, sir. I think honored to be here on this platform as always. And I think every time I join these sessions, I also get to learn a lot of stuff, frankly, which in our daily routine, we don't get to as much as we, used to as early days. In fact, just listening to Vinay and Pranay has given me a lot of thought, and, thinking about a new dimension. So thank you for having me here as well. So I think for the question, it is like this, that, I think you've been a pioneer on protein, I think, in this country, and Dr. Sasikaran is here, Dr. Shobha is here, I can see, and many more. I think this is one topic and one word which has evolved in decades in such different formats every year. It used to be something like that, we don't have to worry about at all. Now we have to worry a lot about it. Now there are different variants and formats and ways of it. But even at that point in time, we get to see that Indians are very highly protein deficient, right? And there are various ways it needs to be done. One of the biggest things that before we start solving for something is to understand the issues behind it, right? And, even when it comes to protein, one of my favorite things that I always say to people when, we're listening in high-end conversation is that we don't have to tell people protein is important and you need to make more foods. You have to understand protein is expensive, no matter which format you take in it, right? Whether it's animal or, plant, it's expensive. Who would not want to have something healthy, something better? And like Pranay was hinting and when I was telling, you have so many options even available today in different ways of it. But it is expensive, right? So hence there is an issue which needs to be tackled at a different spectrum of supply chain, which runs across various spaces before we go out and start telling people have, and especially it gets more complex when you start talking to people who may not have that much accessibility or affordability. And of course, the third tangent is the sustainability aspect of the kind of protein foods, right? So this is the bigger spectrum and it's evolving. And I think being part of the agri-food value chains, I'm also learning a lot that it's a much deeper issue, right, which needs to be taken care of. However, coming to the point, sir, that you asked me in the question is that, why industry is probably sticking to just very few options, or the ones which are there are probably not the best versions of them. I think there are 3 things which come to me, top of mind. One is, of course, the technology aspect of it. Anything which is very, very high protein, whether it's term of, when you talk in terms of meat analogs or other things, the binding of it, the emulsifications, all those aspects, the vibrations of it, all those are quite tricky, especially when you want to do it the right way. See, if you just want to sprinkle some protein and just call it something protein, that's a very easy thing to do, because then you can have many substitutes to it. You're adding many other things, which consumers, of course, doesn't realize it. But if you really want to do something in that format, a huge aspect of technology, and technical aspects are there. And then to counter that, you end up adding a lot of, other things, which probably shouldn't be there in the first place, right? From stabilizer to other things, while they're all approved and probably all safe, but that becomes one of the issues. Second thing, sir, I think at least in my experience, I've noticed when it comes to protein, the world actually earlier was very openly divided into people who are believers and consumers of protein. Like you also mentioned, bodybuilders and, people are going to the gym to bulk it up and all that stuff. And they only believed in a certain format of it. Ye whey hai, this is made of whey, it should have this much, it should have this much BCA, and this is the only way I'm going to have it and believe in it. The other world was a simple one, which you have it at home, which is a bit of a dal. People understand, dal is good, paneer is good, or whatever is good for them, or milk is good. The intermediary space has always been very, very empty. And it is not empty because people don't know how to make products in it. It is also empty because of the lack of format options, which is believed by the consumer to be a good source of protein. I'll give you an example, sir. Today, if you make a biscuit and you can make it in the best format of it, and it can give you a very high amount of protein contribution, people will still not buy it because they think it's a biscuit. Even if you remove, because they say, how can a biscuit be good for me? Yeah? It will have so much protein, but they'll give me other things as well. Even if you make it sugar-free, right? So, so I think one thing that humbly I have learned in my journey, and I'm happy to accept it in a public forum, is that never underestimate the knowledge of people, who are normal consumers. Sometimes we believe, we know everything. We will make something and we'll give it to the consumer, and we are scientists, they will buy it. No, sir, they may not understand the full form of a BCAA also. They may not even know something called as PDCAS is there, but they will not buy a biscuit sometimes, which you tell them it's 100% protein, because they believe, no, it's not going to work. So, sir, I think format in which protein is given sometimes is a big thing. And of course, third thing is taste, because sometimes when you're trying to manufacture a certain product with high protein, it has a certain taste, which is probably not something gets accepted easily, and hence it needs to be either modified in a certain way, or it needs to be masked in a certain way in terms of texture or flavors and everything. So it makes it a tricky one. But I think I do believe with the kind of focus and importance protein has had in our country, and it's going to have in future, it gives a lot of scope for a lot of us to provide options to everybody. And I think another thing that I'm learning in my journey is to humbly accept that, today people are exploring, they're also having their own voice and their choice and their options. So in fact, a lot of development probably will happen from the demand side of it in terms of consumer. I want to have it like this. Can you give me like that? So there's going to be a thing between paneer and a tofu, between a soy milk and a rice milk and a oat milk and the normal milk. There's going to be a discussion between a triple blend of protein versus a certain type of protein, which will ultimately come into a format version of it. So yes, I think many years back we thought protein, so we've understood there's nothing new to learn, there's nothing new to do. But I think this is definitely an area for a lot of us to get back and understand a lot more than we already do. So that's my submission on that, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhavna. Beautiful answer, and a lot of useful things that you have said will be appreciated by audience. Let me come back to Vinay. When a product is said to be high protein, what is the protein content expected per serving or say per 100 grams?
Yeah, doctor. Look, I wanted to just add on to Dr. Bhavna's comment, like what is happening currently in industry for the other products, high protein-based products. So I was working with Mars recently, and then Mars has already developed a product for village and other protein-deprived category children and other people, which are primarily high protein-based snacks, and these are all extruded snacks, and it has got seasoning. So that's one of the good alternatives which is coming up. Industry is also working on some of the ready to cook, because see, it has got while the drinks and all health drinks and other candy bars are shelf life stable, they can be consumed, so there is a convenience. But the other convenience is that you make the product absolutely almost ready, so that the consumer has to take less effort to make it consumable. So that ready to cook area also we are working as an industry, and then maybe you will sooner see those products. So coming back to what is the protein content? Yeah. So see, the answer is not very difficult to tell in a single sentence, because if you look at the variation of protein content, it depends on what kind of category of legumes you are using. So if I say vegetable protein, then even legumes have got a variation of 5 grams to 7 grams. So the thumb rule which Dr. Sashikaran said, that 1 gram per body weight, or even we had discussed that 1 gram per body weight is the basic minimum swing, which is for the average consumer. A good so it is around maybe 15% of the protein of the diet. That's what is the recommendation. But if you want to say claim it as a high protein diet, then it should be at least 30 to 50% of the overall diet.
Vinay, the question is, when you say this product is high protein, how much of protein content should be there per 100 gram of that product? Then you consider that high protein. Is there any FSSAI regulation regarding that?
No, I don't remember exactly.
Okay, no problem.
So
Thank you very much.
To that one, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please. Yes, Dr. Verma.
Yeah. So actually, sir, there are very clear guidelines for protein. If you want to make any claim on product, very clear guidelines, which we've had them forever, in fact, from Codex as well and FSSAI, not only for protein, but for every single thing that we want to make a claim on, whether vitamin, minerals, even ALA, LA, even probiotics for that matter. So I think for protein, I think we have, it's divided into 2 levels. One is that you want to call something as source of protein, and the analogs that you can use as claims in terms of FSSAI: source, contains, or goodness of. These are the 3 words you can use interchangeably. The guidelines for that is very clear. You have to have at least 10% of the RDA, recommended daily allowances, per 100 gram if it's a solid product, 5% of RDA per 100 ml for liquids, or 5% of RDA per 100 kilocalorie. Now, RDA will be defined by the manufacturer themselves, who the product is made for, because RDAs, as of course you also know, that is for different age groups. So if the product is for children, whether it's 4 to 6 or 0 to 6 months, or adults, women, men, the RDAs are very clear, which is up to the account of now 0.8 grams per kg body weight, and the standard body weight is already given. So by this we can claim, and we have to make sure that it is given on the nutrition information panel back of pack. This is the value per 100 gram. Whether you mention per serve, per pack is optional, and it's completely up to people whether they want to make it a claim on that. But from FSSAI perspective, it is the per 100 gram which values. The double of all these things will allow you. So for example, 20% of RDA per 100 gram for solids, 10% of RDA per 100 ml for liquids, and or 10% of RDA per 100 kilocalorie will allow you to call your product as either rich in protein or high in protein or a good source of protein. And goodness is a common word. So, and that's how we are also, as responsible organizations, we have to make sure that before we put it on back of pack. And this is a mandatory declaration of protein, as it's not a voluntary one. So it's going to be across, unless the product is exempted from its declaration. And if a claim has to be made, that is there. The only additional things that I wanted to add was that while the FSSAI only allows you to call yourself as a source of protein or a good source of protein basis RDA calculation per 100 gram, any associative or further claims on functional health benefits have separately supported by a scientific dossier, which has to be made by the manufacturer in case it gets questioned by anybody. So for example, if somebody wants to say, rich in protein, full stop, that will be checked by the FSSAI background. And then they say, protein helps your muscle growth. For example, this line can be challenged, and you need to have a dossier, ideally for the same population and the target group that you're talking about. So generally well accepted claims for protein when they qualify for source of is your growth in children, muscle development, and overall all these things. Anything special and specific generally catches people's attention, right? And that has to be separately substantiated, and we don't have a standardized FSSAI guideline for that. So people are free to use their own scientific caliber on that.
Dr. Bhavna, do we mean to say that around more than 15 gram per 100 gram of protein is called or classified as a high protein kind of diet?
So like I said, you'll have to check it by the RDA group that you're picking up. So for example, whichever is your target age group, So if you're picking up, for example, your adult women, adult sedentary man, so you first take their RDA daily and then take a 10% off that RDA. That's the minimum amount. So like as a rough cut, between 0.8 to 1, we used to take earlier like 6 grams to 5 to 6 gram of protein declared on back of pack per 100 gram of your product will help you to claim source of protein on front of pack. And that's all you can write. Anything ahead of that, any kind of qualitative claim or scientific claim that you need to do, we'll have to have a separate dossier for it. The other
Thank
thing,
you.
sorry, sir, I wanted to add just for the clarity.
Yeah, we are running out of time.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll maybe connect separately.
Yeah.
On this.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Bhavna. Yeah.
Thank
Sure.
you.
Yep.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
We are having the last question now to Pranay. In a country like India, where for generations there is practice of drinking glass of milk for breakfast, and you have been also drinking a lot of milk, how consumer acceptance of plant protein like soya, pea, legumes for milk substitute can be challenging?
So I won't lie, it's going to be an uphill task, right? We say that Gai Hamari Mata hai, but if you go to north and if you go to these places, you will see that same cow who you call your mother eating plastic, right? Eating from garbage. So bolna ek baat hai, karna dusri baat hai. I've gone through the entire country because when I was launching Body First and I launched with protein, right, as my main product, I went through the entire country for almost 3 to 4 months, and I saw the condition in which all these milk, what do you call those, gaushalas and everything, are how they are being treated, how cows are just left across everywhere. So I know it's an uphill task in this country. Dairy farmers get their majority income from milk. But at the same time, I personally feel that we have, at least in India, we have run out of land, right? For cattle to graze. We have run out of land for chickens and cuckoos to grow. We have practically run out of land. And the future, even though it might not be plant protein, I know for a fact that I'm working on a technology with someone wherein we are basically making milk and whey and other proteins inside a reactor, right? And we're currently working on that. And with demand, like Dr. Bhavna said, I think it's a demand supply situation. If I'm able to, if the industry is able to reduce the cost of milk produced or whey produced, or let me put it, protein source produced in a reactor, there will be absolutely no need for dairy farmers. And that's what I'm worried about, right? If today we are not, let's put it that way, if the government is not shifting the farmers and they're not thinking about the future, right? Because dairy is not sustainable as we see, because there is no land. If we're not taking the steps now, imagine 2.5 lakh dairy farmers in this country going out of job because the milk and the protein source produced in a fermented by fermentation in a reactor will be practically half or 1/4 the cost of milk, which is I think around 28 rupees per liter as of now, right? It's going to be literally half, because you can create milk and whey by just adding carbon dioxide, water and steam. That's it. You don't need anything else. There is no use of land. There is no use of humans. You are basically reducing the cost. Imagine the problems that farmers will go through. And this is not far, by the way. The technology has already been produced in the US and Europe. So it's not that I'm talking in air, that I'm already talking to these people as we speak. I'm already on the verge of launching this in the next 6 to 7 months. And even though the cost is going to be big right now, but with the volumes that I churn in my brand, I will be practically be able to reduce the cost below the current whey protein and milk prices in India. And this is what I'm doing currently. No exaggeration, no talking in air. So yeah, so I hope I answered my question. I'm sorry if I've spoken a lot.
No. I think you have answered it beautifully. And I think we have just covered everything in time. So Dolly, do you think we can stop here and request you to thank everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you very much. And Dolly, please.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish Pai and all the panel members. It was an interesting discussion, and with this, we end with our first session, and we'll take a short break and rejoin again at 2 p.m. for the second and third session. I request you all to kindly join us back again and do visit the virtual exhibition. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the second session of our webinar. We begin with the second session by inviting our very first speaker, Dr. Vidya Sridhar. Let me introduce the speaker to you all. Dr. Vidya Sridhar is a senior manager, food designer, Amway India Enterprises. She is a food science professional with more than 20 plus years of experience in R&D and manufacturing. She holds 2 US patents, one for her PhD research and another for developing a jelly beverage at PepsiCo. At Amway, Dr. Vidya leads food innovation and research for emerging hub of Amway Global INS and is currently establishing a state-of-the-art food innovation center at Chennai, India. Over to you, Dr. Vidya.
Thank you, Dolly, for a wonderful introduction. I'll share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, it is perfect.
But this, yeah, it go up. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Today, the topic that was given to me by PFNDAI is application of proteins to make healthier food products. I thank Dr. Pai and entire team at PFNDAI for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on how we can apply proteins to make healthier food products. So the topic that I would like to cover today in the agenda would be brief introduction about proteins, about protein quality, and then protein functionality and application, and then summarize at the end. Well, why do we need protein, right? So protein is basically the body, the building blocks of a particular, human being, and it helps with proper functioning. And the quote from Stanford Moore here, that is here, man's health and well-being depends upon many things, the proper functioning of the mediate proteins that participate in the synergisms of living systems. So what it is saying is that we need protein in our system, and very high quality protein as well, because we won't be able to manufacture certain building blocks of the protein, which I'll be talking about in the next few slides. So this just gives you a premise on how protein is so important for us. This slide again reiterates the same. Protein is a building block in many aspects in us as nutrition. It helps us to, control our weight. It gives you a very good muscle building. So there are sports nutrition that are tailored towards that. Of course, there's a complete nutrition where we, as I said, cannot make all the amino acids, the building blocks of protein. So we have to eat and get that. We also get energy from protein. We also age well when we have protein in our body. More and more plant-based proteins are also very popular now, apart from the animal-based, and I'll be talking about that as well. So what are the different roles that protein plays? As you can see in this slide, it plays various roles as nutrition, energy, essential amino acids. You might have also heard about how proteins can be the allergens as well. So you might have seen in the labels contains soy, contains milk. All of these disclaimers that you see on the label are mainly because the protein within these different ingredients that we add can cause allergies. The structure of the protein is important, and it helps with not only living organism, it also helps with food products. When we develop food products, it helps with the texture and the structure building within that. So a yogurt or any kind of these meat analogs, or meat as such, it all builds because of the texture or the structure that the protein provides, the intercalating structure that it provides. It also has enzymes are very important for us, as you know. They catalyze the chemical reaction, and a simple example is how when you keep an apple out there outside, it turns brown. So that's because of the enzyme that's present in there. So similarly, protein also is an enzyme, and we have many applications of protein as enzymes in food applications. Then you have the functional properties. These are the main ones that actually kind of plays a role in developing a food product. So the functional properties of protein that actually help you in developing food is outlined here. The gelation, the emulsifying properties, water holding capacity, the increasing of the viscosities, and the texture. And a regular phenomenon that we see when protein interacts with sugar, that's the Maillard browning. You have the amino acids that interact. Amino acids, again, are the building blocks of protein. They interact with sugar, and that's why your bread is brown, your cookie is brown. So these are all phenomena that are due to a reaction called Maillard reaction. This happens because of the protein that's present in the product. So, to summarize it, it's just an introduction on protein, right? So let's go deeper and find out why certain proteins and what are the building blocks of proteins, all right? So we go into protein and what protein is and what protein quality is. So what are proteins made of? Their building blocks, as I said, is amino acids. They are linear polymers of amino acids. There are about 9 essential amino acids as listed here, which our body cannot make. So we need to eat in order to get these amino acids. So there are quite a bit of food out there, right? There is animal food and there is also plant food. They all vary in the quality of the amino acid that's present in these foods. So in order to understand that, this slide kind of tells you about that. How much of animal or plant protein is consumed across the world. And as you could note here, most of the Asians and the Africans, African subcontinent, Asian subcontinent are the ones who eat plant-based food the most. And the plant protein intake is high. Whereas the Americas and the Europe and the Oceania, which is the Australia, they are all into the animal protein. They eat more of the animal products, and hence their protein is coming from the animal products. So if you look at the right side of this, it talks about the protein quality. I'm sure you must have heard about the PDCA score. So what is that? That's the protein digestibility corrected amino acid score. So basically it talks about how much of your 9 essential amino acids are present in a percentage wise when compared to a classic complete protein such as an egg. So there's a reference sample that's given, and then they see how that is digested in a model, in a vitro model. So they say that, okay, let's say the first one is a milk protein concentrate. So it's about 1. So usually the animal derived proteins have very high scores. They contain all the 9 essential amino acids, whereas the plant-based proteins do not have all of the 9 essential amino acids, and hence their scores are a little lower. In fact, rice would be much lower, whereas the beans and the lentils would be a little higher. Soy, on the other hand, is very much closer to animal protein. So soy protein isolate is about 0.98. Pea protein is about 0.89. So that's how the scores are. And you can see the limiting amino acids that are present in the rightmost column. So why do we need this information, right? You might be thinking why. This is very essential when you start developing products with only plant proteins. There you will have to mix and match various proteins to get the right set of amino acids so that your PDCAs or the the protein quality is equivalent to 100 or 1. So that's why this is very important. Some of the dairy proteins. So I just wanted to say some of the functional proteins that we have, which we typically use in food products to make these processed food products, are mainly the dairy proteins. Why? Because we derive them mainly from the cheese processing. It's like a wastage from the cheese processing industry, the whey protein. All that whey that comes out, you must have seen when you make paneer or, any of these cheese at home, you will see that there's so much of water, 90% of it is water that comes with whey protein, that has whey protein in it. So that all that water is basically ultra filtered and they concentrated and they create various grades of whey protein as listed here on the right. Similarly, milk protein concentrates are also made from the lactose and the milk protein, that is from like skim milk powders and things like that. So we basically use both sets of dairy proteins in various food applications. However, there's a huge emergence of plant protein nowadays. And why is that? So to the right of the screen, you will see that in replacing the animals, you get to basically have the sustainability. There's a lot of conscious consumers out there who don't want, take up or eat food that is, consuming so much energy. So there's a less carbon footprint with plant proteins. And I would be maybe talking about few proteins that are actually made from leaf proteins, lentil, it's called water lentils, where you don't even use any land. It's grown in water. So those kind of products are actually very low carbon footprint and you keep using the water. So these are very sustainable solutions. Also, there's a lot of consumer outcry against meat and animal products and animal cruelty. So there is a lot of growth in the plant protein sector. So these are some of the few plant proteins I wanted to just showcase here in the slide. You get them nowadays from all kinds of sources. It can be pulses, cereal, potato, nuts, water, lentil, oil seeds, you name it, you can do, because the technology is improved. Let's talk about the protein functionality and applications. This is a broad spectrum application slide here that talks about how we can use proteins as supplements, as you might have seen in various protein powders. But we can also use them as supplements in various food products as well. I'll touch upon that. Apart from that, they're used in coatings. They're also a big thing in emulsifying agents. They're used as emulsifying agents, which is for example, milk stays white and it doesn't curdle down and all that because the protein is the one that suspends the, it makes it an emulsion. So milk is a classic emulsion and it's because of the protein casein present in it. Similarly, you have various emulsifiers that can be used as a protein entity. So that's very important for food processing. Then you have the hydrogels and the bioactive peptides, which I'll talk about in the next few slides. Coming to the food formats, again, as I have noted here, numerous food formats that without protein, you may not be able to make them. And protein is the biggest and the highest ingredient in them. They provide the protein. And we can make them with the vegetarian source, the plant source right now. Even the dairy based non-dairy foods like cheese, they mimic them. Meat is mimicked right now using plant proteins. So there is not one area that plant proteins cannot, fill the shoe of animal protein. So how do they do that? How do we understand this? So if you look at this slide here, it talks about how the functionality of the protein is so important to understand in order for it to be used in the product. So whenever we choose a protein, we need to really understand why are we using this protein and what is the function that it brings to that product. For example, if it is a beverage, you want to know that the protein is soluble, it is highly viscous or low in viscosity, is it heat stable? If you want to process it and make it into a Tetra Pak drink. Similarly, if it is an egg substitute, you want to know if the protein can foam, it can gel. Similarly, in meat, emulsification is important. In soups and sauces, again, viscosity, emulsification. So these are all the different functions. In nutrition bar, you don't want it to, bind water and become hard, and texture is important. So you want to make sure when you add the proteins in the various food products, what is the functionality that they have? So understanding this functionality actually helps you to solve many challenges during product development. So I've kind of highlighted those in the challenges and solutions section. So let's take the plant proteins, because I work quite a bit with plant proteins at Amway. We are working in all the different aspects. So some of the challenges that we've seen, this slide kind of really puts light into it. So first of all, when we choose a plant protein, we have to look at the cost, the sustainability, and then the availability, right? And then of course the regulatory, is it allowed in certain countries? For example, mung bean protein, it is allowed in USDA, US FDA recently, but is it allowed in India? You need to check the regulatory status of these new age proteins, and then the safety of it. So once you finalize that the protein is all of these, then you try to apply it into the food. Now, when you try to apply it into the food, again, you want to see that you have the right combination of the protein. So the PDCA score is 1. It gives you the very high quality with all the 9 essential amino acids. So you need to look into the combination as well. And then, of course, once you start putting it into the product is when you see where is it soluble, depending on the different formats that you use. Like I said in the previous slide, if it is a beverage, then you have to check for solubility. If it is something like a meat emulsion, you need to make sure it's, emulsified. So it's like a meat analog, or even a dairy product like a yogurt. You want to make sure that it is emulsified properly. Is it gelled properly? Is it making the gel network? Water holding capacity, it's mainly for most of the gelled products like yogurts and things like that. Most of the problems that comes with plant protein is off flavors. You have this plant-based off flavor sometimes, and it all can be removed by processing it and modifying the protein from the ingredient side itself. However, if you can't do that, we can give you solutions on that as well, which I'll be talking later. So coming back to, again, the question is, how do proteins work? If we know how this works, the solution will be easier. So solubility, you have to increase the hydrophilic interactions. If it is gelation, then you need to ensure that the network is formed properly. How can I do that? How can I bring the hydrogen bonding together to get the water binding capacity higher? These are the things that you need to think about. You may not be able to think about as a product developer, but you can work with your ingredient supplier and choose the right protein, or you can work on some formulations, which I'll be talking in the next slide. So these are the solutions. So first of all, find the right protein that has the right modification for your application. And then you can look at it from a hydrolysis point of view, either enzyme hydrolysis or acid hydrolysis. You can even texturize the protein or extrude it so that it provide you the right texture when you do, let's say, meat analog. Because the Nutrilla, for example, the soya, based meat analog, it's spongy and it has got all that texture because they have extruded it. So there are processes also that can help you with modification. Nowadays, there are this new science like nanoscience and oleo and hydrogels that help you to capture the actives within it. It's like the properties of the protein that help you to let it not get degraded when a person eats a bioactive peptide, for example. So these are all new technologies that are being developed by the ingredient houses of different protein manufacturers who try to bring solutions for the food industry. So product development wise, how can I do that? So first of all, as I said, the choice of the protein, the combination of the protein. And once you have that, then you try and look at additives. How can I make that protein work in my system by adding the right stabilizer? So in a nutrition bar, it's very important if you want to hold the water. So you want to choose the right stabilizers. If you want to have a masker, you work with the flavor houses to ensure that the protein off note is not seen. Then, of course, when you process it, the pH, the temperature, and the many in-process checks that you need to do to give the protein the right condition for it to work in your format. And of course, you have to stress on the quantitative and the qualitative assessment. When you understand which ingredient works for you, you need to understand the quantitative ways. So we can use texture analyzers, viscometers, we can do sensory, in a scientific manner, statistical manner. We also have to study the stability, over a shell, over a forced degradation or a higher temperature and humidity to see how your product works. Is it disintegrating in certain high stress conditions? So only after you do all these studies, you'll be able to produce your product. Some of the new age products that are right now in the market that are looking at very promising for all the protein applications is with all the nano and the micro and the emulsions and the hydrogels that are coming up, which really help to bring some of the very modern technologies, like some of the new things that are coming in protein, that are the bioactive peptides or any molecule, even a botanical extract. You can try and enfold it in this protein matrix so that it protect it from, the stomach acids, and then you get better bioavailability. So these are all certain applications apart from the ones listed here, which are to produce reduced fat products, protein-rich products, functional foods, and various other delivery systems. So we at Amway, what do we do here? We actually help, we actually are a team that develop healthy, plant-forward, solution-based, clean label technologies, which are being used with minimally processed ingredients. And we always use, as you know, all natural flavors and no preservatives. And we currently are working on many fronts in protein. The main ones are the powder and the nutrition bar formats. In summary, I would like to summarize that a consumer need is really increasing for high quality, clean label protein-rich products. New age proteins are out there and they are rising with excellent functionality to meet consumer need. So understanding the functionality of the protein is key to choose the right protein and the right type of protein for successful application in food. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you, and I would entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Vidya, for giving an excellent presentation on what are the different types of proteins and their properties and nutritional qualities, etc., and how they could be used in improving our health and nutrition. Now, there are many products that are available in the market in which, multiple protein sources have been used. Now, is this because they want to improve the nutritional quality or for the processing improvement so that, they can make better product? Texture has to be. So any light on that?
Sure. Let me answer your questions in two ways. See, there are certain companies who have the plant-forward kind of philosophy. Like, for example, the Nutralite brand in Amway, we always use only plant proteins. So in that case, we are restricted to only plant proteins. And hence, what we do here is we try to mix and match within the plant protein family itself. So whether it is protein quality, like I mentioned, which is the PDCA score. So we mix, let's say, a soy or a pea or a lentil-based protein with a rice protein. So you have both lysine and methionine, and you have all the essential amino acids. But if it is a different company, let's say they don't have the plant-forward philosophy, they are more about just in general a wow product that they want to produce and set it in the commercial setup. There, of course, two things will always matter: cost-benefit ratio, right? So here again, they look at functionality from the texture or the mouthfeel or the taste or the flavor of that product. So that's key, because the stability of the product is key for it to sustain in the market for that shelf life. But at the same time, they look at costs as well. So sometimes whey proteins are very costly compared to, let's say, soy proteins. I'm just giving it as an example, but it may not be very different, but still the different functionality proteins might be different costs. So what the product developer has is the cost target. So then they mix and match these proteins based on the functionality. so that you get the right cost target. So you can mix and match a soy and a whey and a, MPC, for example, or even a pea, and then you try and get the right taste profile that is as per the needs. So I would say that would be my answers. Always look at cost benefit.
So that is an additional thing, not just the processing properties, not just the nutritional aspect, but also the cost. The
Also, correct.
consumers should be able to afford that, or any particular product has got the right market for the consumer. Correct.
Correct.
Very good.
Correct.
Dolly, are there any questions from the audience?
No, sir, not as of now.
So everyone has understood your presentation so well.
I was on time. I was on time with 20
Absolutely.
minutes.
I didn't have to tell you anything at all. Thank you very much for that. So I will ask Dolly to continue the proceeding.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity,
Thank you,
Dr.
Vidya.
Pai.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya. That was no doubt an excellent presentation. Moving ahead, I would now like to invite the next speaker of today's session, Dr. Sudarshan Rao, to talk on validation of health benefits of functional foods prior to making health claims. And I would introduce the speaker as he is a former Deputy Director, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, India, Chairman of Scientific Panel on Biological Hazards at FSSAI, has more than 100 publications on various aspects of food safety in peer-reviewed journals and proceedings, 20 chapters in books and 10 reports, expert member, International Dairy Federation, FSSAI and BIS. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I am on screen, online?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, Dolly, for that nice introduction. So before I actually share my slides, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to talk to you on this very important topic. Is that visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, slides are visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, then thank you. So this is a very important the topic that the PFNDAI has given to me is to talk on validation of health benefits of functional foods prior to making health claims. So just now you heard a very lucid presentation by Vidya on functionality. So that functionality is a technological function, mostly she was talking about. So, but when we want to talk about the health claims, this is another function. Yeah, it's not moving. Hello.
Can you click on this?
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so what are the essentials of a claim? The claim should be very clear, and that means that the consumer should be able to understand it very clearly. There's no ambiguity on what we are talking, and then it should be accurate. So we are not telling any lies. So it has to be true to the information that you want to tell to them. And then the third most important point is that it should be based on scientific evidence. Okay, so here comes the claim part of it. So the first two are very clear, that you should make the statement very clearly and it should be accurate. And the third one is the one which we are talking about. So what is the definition of health claim? It's a health claim means any representation that suggests, states, or implies that a relationship exists between a food or a constituent of that food or health. So it essentially what it means is that there should be a relation between the nutritional ingredient or a nutrient or whatever, and then the health related benefits. So these two are basic components that are required to make any health claim. So as far as the FSSAI regulations, because we have talked everything in terms of the regulations that actually govern us. So these are the health claims which are actually listed as, but you see the third one, disease risk reduction claims, that has been deleted. After a lot of discussion on these various function claims, health maintenance claims, immunity claims, other things, disease risk reduction claims were thought to be a holistic approach rather than one single component of that actually the people can attempt. So because you can't say that the entire, because some of the lifestyle diseases, you need so many risk factors. So you can't specifically target one particular thing and say that this will reduce the risk. So that is the reason why that has been deleted now in the latest amendment. So of course, if somebody has a very perfect validity and proof for that also, it's still accepted. But it is not, in general, it is very difficult to do that. So that's the reason why it has been deleted. So what are the requirements under the regulations for the health claim? So adequate level of documentation, that is actually dossier that you are supposed to be making, and claim that led to the nutrient, that means on which nutrient base you are making this claim. And the scientific literature, this could be anything which is actually well documented. Okay, so official traditional text or post-market data that somebody has done, consumer studies, so like that, all that information that is actually required to establish that what you are making is right. So it should be consensual. That means there should not be any it should be in harmony with what is generally known, and the expert should actually there should be consensus among the statement that you are making among the experts, and then concurrent validity steps. That means there should be multiple studies to be going on to prove the point. So that also will help actually to validate the claim. And health promotive or disease risk reduction based on proof from literature or human data efficacy or safety, or these, because safety and efficacy both are very important. And controlled clinical trials, if somebody has that type of data also, efficacy, safety data, along with the nutrioepidemiological data, that means you can actually, some of those nutrients, you can also find some population are definitely getting the benefit because of their dietary habits. So that is actually nutrioepidemiological data that also will help. And qualified structure function claims for specific organ, like, if you're talking about calcium, bone, this calcium is required for bone health. So the structure of a human body is getting the benefit because of this particular then. And then function is, if it has any particular function, like, if you're talking about a fiber, it has a bowel movement, it will help in bowel movement. Oh, sorry. So for the structure function claims, case to case is basis. Supposing you may be targeting one particular population. Okay, it should be easy. It may be for a specific age or a gender or vulnerable population for some particular disease. So that will be taken as a case to case basis to check the veracity of the claim. And if you are not, if you are making a product out of some of the nutrients and then trying to make a claim, in such case, what you are supposed to do, you should have valid data, suitable statistical design. You say to do any experiments, we should have the statistical design proving the cause and effect relations to establish ingredient, that is nutrient or nutrition, that is required, because the product compatibility, it should be comparable to the claim that you are making. If you are making polyunsaturated, you are talking about oils. And then if you are doing only one single intervention, human intervention, you can use the word shown. You can see that type of advertisement on the TV that they'll put within bracket shown. That means they have done one single intervention study. And if you have done more than one human intervention study, and also you have some other evidence like epidemiological evidence, but on Indian population, that is very important because we are talking everything in the context of India. So you can use the word proven. Okay. So for example, a health claim. So for good health and immunity, physically active and mentally alert. This is some claim that somebody has made it. So composition is they have added vitamins, minerals, amino acids with ginseng extract powder. So everything is as per the level of all nutrients are within the RDA. They have done that. And the amount of ginseng, they have international agencies, they have derived some dosage. And safety of all nutrients are approved. Now, all these things are approved under FSSAI. You do not have to take any special approval. But you should have the dossier to make the evidence for the claim that you are making for a good health and immunity, physically active, mentally alert health claim. You should have documentation, valid proof for the claim. So that is a dossier that you are supposed to make. Otherwise, all other things are already accepted. So this is actually essentially whatever we are doing here. So essentially, we have taken from Codex. The first thing is the process of this health claim validity is that identify the proposed relationship between the food and the food constituents and the health effects. So the food health relation is the first important thing. If you don't have that, nothing else matters. Okay. So identify appropriate valid measurements for the food or food constituents for the health effect. So how do you measure the effect that you want to tell? Supposing you want to say that the plasma cholesterol is getting reduced. So the plasma cholesterol becomes a valid measurement if you are talking in terms of cardiovascular disease or any other disease where this plasma cholesterol has a role. Okay, so you have to identify that particular measurement because you can't directly show this effect. So you have to have some measurements to indicate. When we are talking about the data, that is the data that you have to generate. Identify all categories of relevance because it is not one study, it's a huge number of studies you have to screen through and identify and categorize to all relevant data and assess the quality and interpret each relevant scientific data because the huge number of studies are will be done. But whichever is very few of them will qualify to interpret the one which you want to look from the food and health effect, that relation because statistics, the sample size, the interpretation of this one, so hypothesis, all those things will matter. And finally, if you have all those things, evaluating totality. So not only one study, huge number of studies put together, are they talking the same thing or what you are actually trying to say as a relationship between food and the health? So criteria for the gold standards for this is always well-designed human clinical trials. And observational studies and animal studies are not sufficient. All these studies are definitely required to actually initially, nobody would like to start an experiment with humans. So they'll start with animals and then try to understand the mechanism. And then based on that basic information only, you can go to the human clinical trials. But these things on their independently, they cannot be a evidence for this one. So finally, what is required is well-designed human clinical trial. So what is well-designed human clinical trial? So it's a randomized control trials. It's considered the most rigorous method of determining whether cause and effect. We are talking about the nutrient and then the health effect. So these two things should come very clearly. For that, this is the best method. So this is actually a figure where you can just see how it is done, define reference population, selection of study population, select suitable subjects, it's inclusion, exclusion criteria, what type of subjects you are supposed to be taking to actually see that effect, what you are expecting from them. So it all depends upon that. This is where you say that quality of data that you are just doing it and obtained information. This is the most important part of this thing when you are trying to do is the most difficult thing is ethical clearance. So because we are working with the humans and random allocation. So all that is the way it is done. Okay, this here, then there is no bias. So what is the plus points of this one? Strengths of randomized control trial. The strongest evidence of any study design that a given intervention has a postulated effect. And that's what we are trying to say is that this is the best method to prove that you have cause and effect relationship. And so draw conclusion of causality, and then actually even the confounding factors, because when you are talking about human health, so there could be so many factors which also can influence the same thing what you are talking. So they'll actually they will affect your result. So those confounding factors also are addressed when you are doing this. So and it will have a temporal sequence. That means exposure is clearly precise because is one after the other. So you have a very clear understanding of the effect. Strong basis for statistical inference, because sometimes the statistical inference becomes very important. The strength of statistical inference 0.01, 0.001 or 0.5. So that is also important. So that type of deficient information also comes through this. Enables blinding. That means both the investigator and all the subjects are not aware. So that will help. And incidence in multiple outcomes and the large, so even smallest effect also you can actually identify from this. So weakness is, as I said earlier, ethical constraints. It is not always possible to have the ethical and manipulate the exposure at random, and expensive and time consuming. So here I'll just try to put some how a dossier is made. You see, to make a health claim. So these are essential components. These are the food and health, which we are repeating anytime. So such strategy, because you have to pick up these related information from the wherever it is available. And finally, list of studies based on inclusion, exclusion. And this is what I was trying to tell, confounding factors and the type of subjects that you are supposed to implement, the effect that you are going to say, the claim that you want to make on particular this thing, population group. Okay. So key information included. This is study. This is a typical scientific study that is done. Study reference, that means the reference from where you have taken. Study design, how it is designed, what are the objectives, whether the objectives are the same thing that we are talking about food health relations, or they have done something else, they found something here. So that should not be there. Sample size in the study groups, that means even sometimes samples size itself will make the difference to the this thing. That's the reason why did they take appropriate samples. And the participant characteristics is that inclusion and exclusion, and method to measure the food or property. If you are talking about some particular component of the food itself, do you have any method to estimate that? Because quantity has to be, we have to give that information, and confounders to be measured. So health effect, that's what I was telling. Say, if supposing you are talking about cardiovascular disease, maybe the plasma cholesterol may be one indicator. So do you have that type of, have you taken some, have they taken that particular measurement? So, and adverse effects also will be there when we are doing this. That also have to be documented. So that information also has to be collected. So minimization of bias, these are all actually the part of that only, but it's more detailing. So finally, you will get, after doing this, is the consistent association between the food and the health effects, and a casual association between consumption of the food and property of food, health effect, that is independent of other factors. That means confounders. Relationship between the food property and the health effect in biologically plausible. You should be able to scientifically explain this is possible. You know, you can't say that I have given something happened. So if you are not able to explain biologically how this is happening, also it's not accepted. Okay. And amount of food or property of food to achieve the health effect as a part of normal diet of Indian population. It should fit into your typical Indian diet. So there is actually, I have just picked up this information for easy understanding. There is a decision tree approach. So if you just pick these things, you know whether you have a food health relationship established or not. So this is a simple one. First, you formulate, you think that X, if I give X a nutrient, the health effect is this. That is the formulation of food health relationship. And then based on that, you do the literature survey. What are the keywords that you are supposed to be using? All that based on your formulation. And identify and categorize studies. If yes, you can go forward. If no, you are not getting it. Going. So are there any human studies? Yes, only you can go. Otherwise, you cannot go. You have to do that. So well-designed experimental cohort case control studies within human studies. So well-designed, that's what I was discussing earlier. If you yes only, you can go. Otherwise, no. And assess, interpret evidence. The studies are likely to be sufficient quality to allow subsequent assessment of totality of evidence. This totality of evidence is, as I said, because we are actually doing a lot of reviews from various points of view. We are collecting the information. So totality is the final one that you come after doing that. So you'll be able to make out saying that what the formulation I have made is I am able to prove that. Okay. And so under circumstances also you have to that's what I was trying. So if you are doing special group or you are in what circumstances you got the health effects, all that information you are able to identify. So then only you have proved the point. And everything has to be amount of property of food required to achieve health in the context of diets of Indians. So what's the current status of health claims as per food safety and regulations with amendments to up to 2021? So wherever, see now what FSSAI has done is almost they have covered everything what is known as such right now, which have been scientifically accepted. But anything that is going beyond this, you want to actually use some, because the nutraceutical regulation has a huge number of nutraceuticals which you can use and then probably come out with something new. So then in such case, so there may not be scientific evidence already present. Okay. And you are using some novel ingredient. It could be novel ingredient or a novel product. In such case, you need actually prior approval of the claim. So you cannot directly go to the market because you have this information is lacking. So and the ingredient is novel, and there doesn't have this literature that what we were talking earlier is also not available because it is something new that is you are talking about. So in such case, you are supposed to go to FSSAI for approval. So what is already claims for 19 edible oils, they have given a claims which you can use. So you need not have to take a permission from PFSA. This is already approved. So if you're talking about mustard oil, so you can just say it contains omega-3 fatty acids, alpha-linoleic acid, essential, contributes to maintenance of normal bad cholesterol, so that you can directly use this because mustard oil has all that. It also contains tocopherols, which are normal, and so antioxidants will actually are needed for reducing the inflammation. So that is also there. Like that, evorazinol also, which also has been well proved. So they said you can use this claim saying that original as an antioxidant property, it reduces high blood cholesterol. You see a lot of these advertisements. And also now for fortified salt, they have actually identified foods where you can fortify, and you can use the logo as a fortified. And here also they have given the structure function claims that are actually are well known. So there is no need to go for this again, any permission for this. So I just gave 2 examples. There are 11 nutrients. You can go through that. So likewise, here also there is another list of food health relationship which have been accepted. Like, the structure function, I told you the calcium and osteoporosis, sodium and hypertension, saturated fat and bad cholesterol, potassium, risk of high blood pressure, alpha-linoleic acid and blood cholesterol, soluble dietary fiber and blood cholesterol, phytosterols and stanols for bad cholesterol, and beta glucans for blood maintenance of blood glucose. So all these relationships have been already approved, accepted. So you can directly use those relations for making any claim. So in case of that, what we are saying is you should have a dossier. Yes.
We are running out of time.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just finish it off. This is a this is a dossier.
Carry on.
For the dossier, if FSSAI wants to check, you need to do all these things. So I just give you examples. This is a product-led claim, diabetes and nutrition health drink. So, it is a clinically proven to manage. This is a very new thing that has come into the market, maybe 6 months or 1 year back. So you can just see that they have done the clinical trial, and that's why they are using it, proven to manage. But what you see here is both the nutrients that they are talking about are already approved otherwise, but as a product, they want to make a claim. So this is blood glucose. See, out of all coronary heart disease, colorectal cancer, blood pressure, all those things, blood glucose and plasma cholesterol have been accepted for oats. They have also given the amount that you are supposed to take to get that benefit. So soluble fiber now is accepted. Barley oats, millets, and any other mixtures you want to make with soluble dietary fiber, you still can make this, and you have to say the beneficial effect. And this is the original that just now I discussed. So out of all those claims, only which actually is the one which they are talking about, the lowering of cholesterol. And to conclude, substantiation is a basic requirement of making a health claim. And animal studies or observational studies will not help unless you do the human clinical trial. So thank you. And maybe I missed just.
Thank you very much. You have covered a lot of ground. It's all, extremely useful and important information. And I don't know how you could manage to compress that in such a short time. But still, there are a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Very quick questions. There is one from Ms. Charu. If I use oils in my product, can I make these claims on my product also?
No, sir. That's what I was telling. If it is product-led claim, it's entirely different. If you are supposing selling only mustard oil, you are allowed to make that claim.
Okay. Another question is from Ashwini. If human studies are already done with a particular product and the manufacturer has to manufacture it, does he still need to do human trials with his product also?
No, if he is taking a product from somebody, is trying to sell, only selling it. So it's already FSSAI has given license to the fellow from whom you are taking the license, right? So it's already approved. Unless you want to make a new claim, so that's still valid for you because you are not changing composition, and the person who is selling to you has already taken that permission.
So if there is any change, either in the formulation or in
the claim,
then you have to again do it. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. You've been excellent speaker as well as gave very good answers. Thank you.
Yeah,
Dolly,
thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
please carry on.
Thank you, Dr. Sudarshan. Very informative presentation, I must say. Moving ahead, I would now like to invite the next speaker of today's session, Dr. Siva Kumar, to talk on newer system on healthy rating of food products. I will introduce the speaker as he is presently a Regulatory Affairs Director, South Asia Cluster and Global Home Care, Hindustan Unilever Limited. He has worked in R&D for the past 31 years. He has led global and regional design centers in Unilever in laundry and skin cleansing categories. He has published 9 research papers, filed over 27 patents, and has won many awards. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dolly. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Can you share your
Okay,
screen? We can only see your photo as of now.
I have shared the screen. Okay, hold on. That's what I was asking. Hold on.
Yes, sir. We can see it now.
Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah.
At the outset, my sincere thanks to Professor Pai and the PFNDAI team for asking me to present on the health rating of food products. This is an important topic, more so now that draft regulation has come out from FSSAI, and so it's something which is worth discussing. Yeah. Now, do we need front of pack labeling? I think so. It's important. And what would be the objective of front of pack labeling? Essentially, 3 main points. One would be to educate the consumers on the nutritional quality of food and beverage products, enable consumers to make healthier choices quickly and intuitively. Looking at the label, they should be able to make a fairly good decision on whether it is good for them or not. And finally, more important, which is drive reformulation by the food and beverage industry. Ultimately, the industry has to move towards creating healthier products. Yeah. Now, if you look at what are the type of front of pack labeling currently there globally, I could have missed one or two, but by and large, it's broadly, you can split them into 2 categories. One was what we call the nutrient specific system. The other would be a summary indicator system. In the nutrient specific system, you essentially look at the specific parameters. For example, the energy in terms of calories, sugar, total fat, saturated fat, and salt. And then if you look at, there are different systems which have come out. The numeric only, the GDA labeling, which basically gives you the number and then the percentage GDA. And then you have a little bit more advanced system, if I might call, in terms of you give the numbers and the percent GDA, but then you also have a color coding along with the risk rating in terms of medium, low, high, etc. And then you have the Chilean model, which is essentially a warning label, right? It looks at nutrients of concern, and then essentially you have these blocks which tell you if you're high in saturated fats or sugars, etc. In black hexagon kind of a logo. In the summary indicator system, it essentially gives you a summary of the entire product profile. For example, the Health Star rating from Australia, or the Nutri-Score rating, where essentially you get a rating in the Health Star system, which has an algorithm which takes into account the different ingredients in the product and comes out with a star rating similar to the energy ratings which you are familiar with in air conditioners, etc. Similar, the Nutri-Score has both a color coding as well as a lettering system, and then the combination gives you what type of product is. Like a dark green A would be really good, and then the really red E would be pretty bad. And then there are logos like the health choice, etc., which again essentially tells you if the product is healthy or not. Just to while we want to discuss about the nutrition rating system which FSS has come out with, before that I thought I'll just quickly go through some of these models for us just to have an idea what is there outside, and then how does our model compare with these. Yeah. So if you look at health star rating, it's, as I mentioned earlier, it's a summary assessment. There are points and scores, and these scores vary across categories. There are, I think, 6 categories in there. But however, it is not nutrient specific, right? It's a summary assessment. So if you are a diabetic or you are high blood pressure, you really cannot identify items high in sugar or salt, for example. It's voluntary, so it's not mandatory right now. The Nutri-Score, similarly, there is a positive points, negative points for ingredients of concern, and for the goodies. And then the difference is what comes out in the scoring system. Again, the similar comment to Health Star, because the summary assessment, again, it's voluntary. Then you have the multiple traffic light, I think the UK, where you have the color coding and warning, which is good because it actually goes into specifics. However, it can be kind of bit confusing for the consumer, because you will have red, you will have green, and consumers will have to, the educated ones can probably figure out it's low in sugar but high in salt, so it's okay for me types, but common man might get confused, potentially confused. Again, it's voluntary system. The Chilean warning label, I think Israel has similar one, but in red, very nutrient specific. It's just a warning. It's simple, right? I mean, it's very easy to understand for the consumer. I mean, in the sense that, oh, it's high in sugar or it's high in salt, and then it highlights the unhealthy options. And both these are mandatory. I mean, the only the concern, or the issue with this is it focuses only on the ingredients of concern. It doesn't give allowance for if a product has any good ingredients in there, because often we know that when you have many ingredients in a product, there could be interactions between them, which could then lead to a completely different result vis-a-vis just having a single ingredient. But nonetheless, it's fairly easy to see, and it's quite stark. India is a summary assessment. What they have come out with, we'll discuss in detail, points and scores. And then it's not nutrient specific. It's voluntary, I think, for the first 4 years, and then it'll become mandatory from 2027, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And these are all based on 100 grams. Some of them are based on per serve size, which we'll discuss a little bit later as well. Yeah. So just a quick look at the journey in India. Basically, started with the Committee on Junk Foods in school. The junk foods kind of regulation or the notification came out. Then there was an expert committee to assess fat, salt, sugar consumption, its impact on health. And then finally, we got to mandatory declaration of salt and the proposed FOPL in 2018, followed by a draft L&D regulation, the labeling and display regulation, mandatory declaration of energy, saturated fat, sodium, added sugar with their contribution 2% RD on FOP. This was based on the WHO Southeast Asia RO guidelines. And then we move on to FSSA notifies L&D regulation, but again, FOPL was not part of it. Nutrition Alchemy was asked to assess the Indian packaged foods market and arrive at thresholds for nutrients of concern. And finally, we have the draft regulation, wherein before we have draft regulation, there are different models. So the FSSA wanted an understanding of what the consumers would perceive, which is the best model, and IIM Ahmedabad was asked to do that. And they did a huge survey of 20,000 consumers, and what came out was the health star rating was the one which was preferred by most of the consumers. However, I think there are a lot of discussions once that came out to see whether it's really what is correct, because many of them felt that the warning system, the warning labels would be a good way to go. And finally, after a lot of discussion, the Indian nutrition rating was announced as the FOPL model, which is the draft stage. There's a lot of deliberations going on right now. So, if you look at the Indian nutrition rating, yeah, so the regulation, as I said, took input from the Nutrition Alchemy study, the IIM study, and the WHO CERO model, profile model, and then the output was the Indian nutrition rating system. In the draft regulation, while we will talk about the Indian nutrition rating, there's also the definition of high food, high fat, salt, sugar, which has been defined. I mean, in our opinion, this need not be part of this, because it can only create ambiguity. You don't want an HFSS kind of called labeling as well as an INR rating. Also, the definition, in our opinion, of HFS is not shown where you say it's greater than 10% of energy or saturated fat and 1 milligram per kilocal for salt, because it can lead to even things like banana, for example, which will cross the 10% energy level, and it could be a HFSS, which is not correct. So we will not talk about this, but this should not be part of the regulation. And how does this INR work? Essentially, you get a star rating similar to the health star rating format. In fact, it is based on that with modifications. 0.5 stars is least healthy and 5 stars is the healthiest. The nutrients of concern, energy, total sugars, SAFA, sodium, and then there are positives also, right? It's a compensatory model. It has got fruits, vegetable, nuts, legumes, millets, fiber, protein. Essentially, there are there are 3 product categories, but 2 of them are relevant in the sense that they are solids and liquids, and third one is essentially the exempted products. And it's as 100 gram or 100 ml, depending on whether it's solid or liquid, and it's as sold. Again, we'll talk about this a bit later. Yeah, so it's voluntary from 2023 and then mandatory from 2027. This we already discussed. So 3 categories: solids, liquids. The solids include dairy products and beverages, and category 3 is those that are exempted from this labeling. Yeah. Quickly, not to spend too much time because these are really details and one can always go in and check it out. Basically, there is a baseline reference value system. There is capping, and there is a formula. And then points are awarded based on where you are with respect to energy, saturated fat, total sugars, and sodium. For example, if we look at the first row in this column, in this table, if your energy is less than 80, less than 1 sat fat, less than 4.2 of sugars, and less than 90 sodium milligram, you could get 0 points. And obviously, the less number of points, better off you are. And then you also have the positive points, which again is tied in with the negative points, and then you do get certain points for based on where you are with respect to those ingredients. And then finally, and there's a capping criteria as well. Yeah, so which is like if your INR baseline points, for example, less than 20, then can score up to 15 points for proteins. However, if it is greater than 20, which means you have a lot of negative ingredients of concern, then the positive points are also capped, which I don't think is ideal, but that's how it is. The other thing is the list of ingredients for positive points is not harmonized between solids and liquid. Yeah, so it should be harmonized, which is not the case. And then finally, once you have the baseline points, you can you can create a score based on the equation given below, which is fairly straightforward in that sense. But that's how you calculate the final INR score. Sorry, I'm not able to move the slide. Oh, there it is. Did the slide change?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So then based on the final INR score on the points you get, and then you can give your stars. If it is less than -11, you get 5, less than 10, etc., and so on and so forth. And as I said, the lesser the points, the healthier the product is, and then you get a higher star rating. Yeah, so it's as simple as that from a theoretical point of view. Now you look at the exempted, then there are, as I said, the category 3, which is the exempted list of products. There are a number of products which are exempted, right from milk to, oils and fats, etc. Fats are essentially free from water, etc. Butter, vegetable oils. So a number of them have been exempted. Yeah, we'll talk about this also a bit later. So that's what the system has been, proposed by FSSAI. It is a good system to start with. However, there are a lot of alignments needed. First of all, the algorithm is really not appropriate for Indian diets, and so changes will have to be sought. And I will talk about this is tied into the point number 3 also, which is you need more food categories simply because there are only 2 categories, solids and liquid, and we'll talk about why it is not really appropriate to have only 2 categories. As consumed principle needs to be included. So if you look at the regulation, it talks about as sold. But then there are a number of products which are not consumed as sold, right? So, for example, soups or some of the health drinks, squashes, etc., where it is reconstituted with water or milk and so the as sold doesn't make any sense in terms of the rating. It should be how the consumer consumes this product, which would be in the reconstituted format. We'll talk about these two highlighted ones in the next slides. Dietary fiber, it's a major necessity for Indian diets, and it needs more favorable consideration. I mean, HSR gives better consideration, for example, than INR, and then that should be done, because especially given that the importance of fiber, which we know is very clear, especially given that we are the diabetes capital of the world, etc. It's important to give it more favorable consideration. Vitamins, minerals, major micronutrients in India today, and FSSAI itself is promoting fortification. At least those vitamins and minerals needs to be given positive point, which is not there right now. We also believe algorithm should be based on per serve rather than 100 grams, 100 ml, simply because many of the products are not consumed at 100 gram or 100 ml level. So, for example, if you have oils, spreads, etc., would be much less than 100, whereas something like a soup or other drink would be more than 100. In either you'll overestimate the ingredients or you'll underestimate the ingredients. And as we talked about last time, capping of positive points is something which should not be there. If you have a positive ingredient in there, it should be given the full points rather than capping it. I mean, it's debatable, but I'm saying these are some of the things which one should consider while progressing forward. Yeah. Let's look at quickly at the exemption list. It should be critically reviewed, simply because many of the, like milk, for example, has got a lot of saturated fat, but then consumers should know about it rather than it being completely exempted. Even HSR, for example, has a separate category for dairy and fats. A suggestion: products with proven health benefits should be exempted. Dr. Sudarshan Rao talked about some of the clinically proven, published in peer-reviewed journals, and it could be other criteria, run by a reputed institute like NIN, etc. Because there is a lot of deficiency in the Indian amongst consumers, and products are designed specifically to cover deficiency, and these should be exempt even if they have little bit higher whatever in sugar or salt, whatever. Given the benefit they deliver, they should be exempted. At least the exemption criteria should be reviewed. That's the main point I want to make here. Now let's quickly move on to those two highlighted items. Why do we need product group specific categories in INR? Yeah, first of all, if you just have solid and liquid, if you look solid, it's too diverse, right? There are too many products in there. Each have a different nutritional profile, different consumption pattern, a different serving size, and so to fit everything under a common threshold is really not correct. And similarly, the nutrients of concern are very different. In some cases, it would be sugar. In some cases, it would be salt. To have a common threshold would really not do justice to someone looking for products, say, with low sugar or low salt. So that's something. Even HSR, on which this is based, has 6 to 7 categories. And Indian diet is quite diverse, right? Under categories, there are subcategories. So it's important to take that into account. Consumer dilemma: how will consumer choose a healthier beverage, right? So today you look at the INR rating as per the algorithm given. If you have fruit juice made with 100% fruit juice, no added sugar, INR rating 2.5. If I make it 25% fruit juice with added sugar, it is 2.5. And non-fruit beverage with added sugar, 2. Hardly any difference. I mean, the consumer is going to be completely confused with, what is good, what is not. All of them look the same. Similarly, milk-based beverage added sugar, 3.5. Even though you have same amount of sugar coming in. Yeah, the milk has some benefit, but still, it's not really exactly a great way to look at these ratings. And then cereal, millet-based beverage, lower added sugar gets only 2 rating. So it's quite confusing the way things are, and so one miscommunication to consumers, and other is it really doesn't incentivize industry reformulate. If I can get away 25% fruit and added sugar with the same rating, why would I want to go to 100% fruit juice? Yeah. So that's a question to be thought about. Reformulation is better driven using product group category. Studies have shown this. I'm not going to go into detail, but there are articles, there are research done which actually talks about this, how it is better. And maybe as an example I have here. So this is something which we talked about 2 slides ago. I'm rushing a bit, but I'm conscious of the time. The fruit juice made up, as I showed last time, there's no incentive for the industry to really reformulate because there's no change in healthiness score. For example, the second example of mayo, I mean, high calories, high fat, and then 90% reduced cal, 90 reduced fat. The rating is just from goes to 1 to 2 rather than say 1 to 3 or 4. So clearly something needs to be done here, because ultimately the goal is for industry to reformulate to a healthier product. And we are seen with HSR, which has product specific group algorithms. If you do this lighter, catch up with 20% reduced sodium, the ratings actually do move up. Might be albeit a little small in the ketchup case, but it definitely does move up. So that's something to think through. The India pledge, FSSA 2018 draft regulation, all of them have different categories. So why not consider those when we come up with a rating system? Because ultimately that's important. It's important for the consumer to get the right information and also incentivize industry to move towards a healthier product. These are the two key things which should come out. Quickly, this is something which I have put the key principles. Is it an all-inclusive model? Right now, no, because critical categories are exempted. Good between product group differentiation? Not really, only two categories there. Is there a focus on nutrient concern? Yes. Is it in line with behavior change model? The logo, when they say logo expression, it's all about the color, huh? So it's not a big deal actually. It's just saying red. So if you have 5 stars, the entire thing look red, which looks like it's a unhealthy product. In actuality, it is not. So maybe change in color would be good. Is it going to result in behavior change? We need to evaluate. And yeah, based on HSR, so it's scientifically sound as well. I would, at this point, think so. So in summary, what do we want? I mean, it's a great thing FSA has come out with this. I think we are fully behind FOPNL on the pack because it's important. But however, we would like to see some of these changes, inclusion of category-specific product groups, per serve or portion-based algorithm, and not 100 gram, 100 ml. Reconstitution principle to be applied, very important. And then broaden the positives definition, vitamins, minerals, essential fats, etc. Give more importance to fiber, and then relook at the exemption list, because you cannot exempt products which are, not really, which have a lot of ingredients of concerns in them. So, and finally, removal of definition of HFS and regulations, more from a regulation point of view, but we believe it should be removed. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. This was very nicely presented. You gave many different types of rating systems, and you gave a critical evaluation of INR. So I have only one quick question. Now, a lot of people say that INR is not the best one rating system, which does not. And you have also shown that in some of the products, even when it is tried to improve, still the rating is not jumping up. So which do you think might be a better system? There are so many systems in different countries. Would you say ours is the best, or is there anything better?
No, I mean, each one has its own pros and cons. So I think the INR is good, provided we actually work on it. I mean, it's a good start, I would say, because a summary system, which a compensatory system is profile modeling is good, because it actually gives you, the consumer that, okay, there is some ingredient of concern, but there are also benefits in there, right? So fiber, etc. So, but how do you work it out? How do you make it product specific? Because ultimately, if I want to compare, if I'm a consumer, I want to buy a jam, I want to compare my jam with the other jams, not jam with, a cereal or something like that. When both are solid and both will come under the similar thing, which is not correct. So those kind of adjustments have to be made, and recognize the fact that, the positive ingredients can impact. And I'm giving an example, I could be wrong. There are a lot of experts here, but I'm saying if I have rice, the glycemic index is so high, white rice, right? And I'm a diabetic, but if I mix it with curd, the glycemic index goes down. So if I say curd rice is bad, which is not as bad. I mean, the curd has a positive effect because it's got a low glycemic index. Similarly, there are ingredients of concerns, there are ingredients of which are good. So I would say INR is okay. It's just that we need to work on it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Dolly?
Thank you, Dr. Pai. Thank you, Dr. Siva. Moving ahead now for the panel discussion, I would like to invite the moderator and the panelists, and we'll introduce all at once, and you may all then start with the panel discussion. So the moderator for this session is Dr. Shashank Bhalkar. He is an assistant director at PFNDAI, doctorate in food technology from Mumbai University, and postdoctoral research experience from Ehime University, Japan. Over 27 years of rich experience of working in multidiscipline of business. Ms. Shilpa Wadhwa, she is the Head Nutrition Health and Wellness at Nestle India Limited, accomplished nutrition professional for 19 plus years with wide and varied work experience, have previously worked as a scientific research officer with a leading public health research organization. Mr. Arjun Dasundi is a seasoned research and development professional with more than 20 years of experience in nutrition and pharmaceutical space at Amway, presently Associate Vice President. He is Certified Scrum Master, Certified Coach on Blanchard Coaching Essential Model. Over to you, Dr. Shashank.
Thank you, Dolly, for that kind introduction. Now we have a panel of two people, Mr. Arjun and Ms. Shilpa. So I will start the questions. First question is, I will invite Mr. Arjun. The question is, does gluten cause problems in large section of people, or is it more a choice rather than health problem?
Okay, hi. First of all, thank you. Thanks a lot, PFNDAI team, to inviting us here for this panel discussions, and thanks, to my colleague Shilpa ma'am here. Good afternoon. And coming back to your question, like whether the gluten is actually a serious problem, a larger problem, or it just kind of I think we see that there is a people who got sensitivity to a gluten, right? That's a specific kind of the populations. We in India also, if you look at the part of a Punjab, there you see that there are people who are sensitive to gluten, and they avoid any source of a food, any food which have a source from or could have a potential gluten into it. So I won't say that it's like kind of an hype things. It is there, like in the European countries, like now we see a lot of kind of a lactose intolerance. Similarly, there are populations which have a gluten sensitivity, and but it's a very small portion of a population there, at least in India. So that's the reason that as a formulator, when we formulate any product which is for the specific populations, then we mention that does it have any gluten source or any ingredient into it, or we need to bring that into a label as per regulations. So yeah, I mean, I don't see it's like a bigger problem, but there are cases where the people are sensitive to a gluten.
So is there any data with respect to population in the Western countries with in comparison with India about the gluten sensitivity?
So I mean, I'm sure there would be some comparison would have been done versus gluten versus lactose intolerance in a different geography, which could be available. I don't have any data handy in my hand right now.
But it will be more in the Western countries as compared to India.
I think it's more what I working into a different geographies in the research. What I know from my experience is that most of the times we get a request or the understanding that there is more lactose intolerance than the gluten in the Western side. We see some of these cases in the Asian countries around the gluten sensitivity.
Thank you. So my next question is to Madam Shilpa. All kinds of claims are made by various products. Are these validated? Is there any check by regulatory or enforcement bodies?
Right. I'd like to wish everybody a very good afternoon, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to be here and share my views. So coming back to your question, Dr. Shashank, yes, FSSAI has a very, very clear claim guidelines, whether it is nutrient content claim or whether it is health claim that needs to go on packs. More often the food and beverage manufacturers, they make sure that whenever they are making claims on pack, they make sure that they are complying to those conditions that have been laid down by FSSAI. However, I believe FSSAI is also very active in monitoring the kind of claims the manufacturers are making. A lot of times you will find food inspectors
who will pick up products, who will pick up packs. They will send the packs for analysis, make sure whether what the manufacturer is claiming, whether it is, in terms of a nutrition label or a claim that, these manufacturers put on the pack, it complies to those conditions. So yes, being on this side, I think a lot of times we do face queries, we do face, clarifications, wherein certain claim we have made is being validated by somebody from FSSAI, and we do believe that yes, these are monitored and these are checked and verified by the regulators. Yes.
So actually, what happens, in the case of reputed manufacturers, these things are there, but there are many small manufacturers. They put tall claims. For example, I found chicky in the market with 3% protein, calling it as a high protein product. So these kind of things are happening. So I don't know how the regulators are controlling them.
Yes. So again, this is a little bit of a concern or a gap, I would say, but also because, a lot of times products which are, coming from a more unorganized sort of a sector,
exactly,
or small ones, there you don't even have regular supply chain established. Absolutely. So some days you will find, the other days, in the next manufacturing cycle, that product might be missing altogether.
Correct.
And therefore, FSSAI does not take a very strict view on them as well, or they will not be penalized because, it's very easy for them also to take the products off shelf.
Yeah.
Whereas for larger or, manufacturers, there will be a little bit of a supply chain developed, and they will also comply. I mean, my understanding is more to the regulations and the compliance parameters laid down.
Right. Thank you. So next question is, results are evaluated on single ingredient as protein, dietary fiber, or vitamin, mineral, etc. However, these are never consumed in isolation, but together with other components and in a diet composed of variety of foods. How far these claims are valid in such a situation?
Yeah, I think very, very apt questions, doctor. And if you see, for the claims specifically, there are different, the guidelines under different regulations, which suggest that what you can claim as a nutrition, what you can claim as a health claim, and what you can claim as a functional food, right? And as you said that, when these all the proteins are like, there are products which comes with the protein, like you're one of the question, concern you raise is that, the chicky claiming, having 3% of protein and claiming it high on the protein, is something that, surely not, reviewing the regulation, because regulation certainly define that what can be claimed as a high protein, what can be claimed as contained protein, what can be claimed as a benefit, like what the physiological benefits can come through this nutrient. So and if you see as a diet and in the food, everything is taken together, like minerals, vitamins, proteins. If you eat any food, I mean, it also have a source of almost everything. Now claiming whether on a specific protein, like say for example, if there's a product which is a protein product only, like say the whey protein or a plant protein, what kind of a claim which can be made on it? Yes, certainly, because there are different roles protein can play in your physiological development, growth, and functioning of the body in general. This kind of a claim can certainly draw while it just in one source, one product, which does not have any other ingredient into it, but you can certainly make claims around the protein into it. While there are products which contain minerals into it, like say kids drinks, like most of the kids drink powders have a proteins into it, the carb into it, minerals into it, and vitamins into it. Most of this product actually bring the nutrition-led or the vitamin-led claims into it, unless there is some clinical study done on that product, right? So if we have to bring any claims from all of it together, then there has to be some clinical study has to be done and some system biology data has to be generated, or otherwise it should be only a content claim, or the claim is specific to that micro or macronutrient?
Thank you for that beautiful answer. Now I go to Madam Shilpa. Health rating of food products is nice. However, how far are they practicable? Can you have each and every piece of food going into mouth be highly nutritious? Does the authority want people to have better overall diet, or remove all sweets, savories, and fried foods removed from the market? Especially on the background of what we just heard from Dr. Siva. Maybe this is a more good question. Yeah.
So I will present a little bit of a nutritionist point of view here, right?
Sure.
And as we see foods, we never consume foods in isolation. Foods, individual, they form a part of a diet. And every food, as we know, exists in nature, will be, balanced in a certain way, and will not be balanced with all the nutrients at a single point in time. So dairy products will have certain nutrients. Naturally, they will have fat component, they will have natural sugars that come from lactose, they will have fat, they will have protein, calcium, etc. But they will not have vitamin C, they will not have iron. Similarly, cereals will have a different role to play in the diet, and they will be rich in certain nutrients, they will be lacking in certain nutrients. When we consume a diet, we consume foods with varied composition. They come together, and in Indian thali is a beautiful way wherein different foods, they come together and they play a different part in diet. And that's how we, as nutritionists, we evaluate diets and not ingredients per se. And if you see a thali, it will have all foods. There will be a little bit of a tiny bit of a sweet, which will also add to, not just that it doesn't give you functional benefit, but it will give you, a little bit of a perk up to your diet. It will play a role in your emotional, you feel good about consuming the food, and taste is a big part of food. So therefore, given that context, we say consume balanced diets and not balanced foods per se, right? So given that background, the expectation that every food should fit a certain criteria to be accorded certain health stars, to me is a tall ask. And when you have only two categories of solid and a liquid, a water-based juice will be very different from a dairy-based drink. And to expect the both to deliver the same nutritional profile, to be able to have, an effect on the diet will be is not the right thing to ask for. So therefore, I think it's an oversimplification of trying to give a ranking or a star rating. We are losing the entire sense of balanced diets. So yes, it is easy for a consumer to understand what should they be consuming and what they should not be. But in the current structure and the way this entire model has been designed, I think it fails to take into account certain natural realities of food as they exist. So, so we have certain reservations, and obviously we will want the authorities to relook at it if there's ways to strengthen it, to take into account the natural composition of foods per se, so that when we arrive at ratings, or when consumers are making a choice, they consume it or they make that choice basis the natural identity of the food, and not basis the stars that have been put in a place with a certain algorithm. So that's how I would like to take a view on this.
So you want to say balanced diet is a better choice. But however, in the case of packaged foods, this INR rating is there. So can I ask Dr. Siva Kumar if he wants to add something?
No, that's, I think what Shilpa madam said is absolutely correct. However, since packaged foods need to have a rating, because all said and done, the consumption of packaged foods is going up a lot. Eating a balanced thali is more and more diminishing. It's not exactly happening like how it used to be before. I think that's why I think the comparison cannot be on just two categories. There has to be product specific categories. So if I want to They buy a jam, for example. I know jam has sugar. It has got fruits in there. But then what if I have a low sugar jam? Compared to a regular high sugar jam, maybe that is better for me. But I can't compare it with somebody else and have a common something else and have a common threshold for everything. So there may be a product specific categories. Within the category, you can compare. Would be a better step forward. Nothing is perfect. Yeah. So it's all about giving the consumers some education, some idea of what is in there, and whether overall it's okay. And then it depends on the food. Some are indulgent food, like ice cream. I want to go eat an ice cream. I will eat an ice cream. I know it's got fat, it's got sugar, but hey, I want to eat it. And I'm not going to consume ice cream like how I consume chapati or rice or whatever. It's just on an occasion or things like so. It should be okay. So the comparison should be in the ice cream category itself. That's my simple point.
Did we lose Dr. Shashank?
I think so.
Yeah.
Dolly?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the questions of Shashank?
Yeah, I do have, sir.
Would you like to ask, because we still have some time, we can ask questions to Arjun and Shilpa?
Yes. Yes, sir. 2 minutes.
Can you please?
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So there is a question, either Ms. Shilpa or Arjun wants to take this, that there is a lot of talk on consumer awareness regarding health foods post-COVID. Has this materialized into actual rise in sales of this kind of products or any data?
Okay, maybe I can take it, and maybe Shilpa ma'am and Dr. Shikoha, you can add into it. I think there are as such, I don't know if there is some data published by the individual company that what is the sales they had on the health food, but certainly there are a lot of data available on the awareness, increasing awareness on the health food. If you look at according to the EY survey, the 40% of Indian respondents state that they will pay premium for a product promoting health and wellness, which is actually higher than their global counterparts, which was at 29%. If you look at another data from the survey from the ICICI Securities, they said that suggests that the COVID-19 has brought about long-lasting shift in consumer behavior, including greater adoption of packaged and health food among the Indian household. Another research from the Nelson pointed out that the trends of Indian turning to immunity building food and beverage has increased, and as a result, there is a drastic change or increase in the sale of honey or the product containing turmeric or tulsi. And similarly, Mint has reported that several large companies like Nestle India, Hindustan Unilever, Dabur India, and some other also have raised their stake in the health food category, even relooking at their food portfolio to be better suited to consumer demands post-COVID. So I am sure that the sales would have certainly have also similarly have turned out and would have increased, while it would be certainly within the company's portfolio when they would be comparing it among their sale numbers.
Ms. Shilpa, do you
want to Shilpa, add? Would you like to?
Right. No, I completely agree with what Arjun has just said. So yes, all the consumer insight work, all the consumer segments are showing that post COVID there is a lot of awareness, and Indian consumer is expressing a lot of intent, so as to say, to wanting to consume foods that are healthier for them, and that's the direction we as a population head towards, where people want to take care of their own health. They want to incorporate foods that are healthier for them.
there is no published data that exists to show an increase in the consumption of, say, healthier or better for you foods. But yes, small retailers, etc., they are publishing reports to say how their certain categories, for example, organic foods, foods that have a role to play or are claiming to play a role to play in immunity building, etc. So post-COVID, there has been a lot of uptake of foods like this, and more manufacturers also are headed in this direction, where they're looking at manufacturing or creating newer categories, newer foods that will help consumers meet this need of they're taking care of their health and nutritious choices. So as an industry, we are headed to have more foods in this area, and a lot of intent also by the consumers has been expressed in making better choices when it comes to their diet.
This is Shiva here. Sorry, just want to add a point here that one has to see if that is sustaining, because in the immediate aftermath of COVID, yes, a lot of people are doing, but are they sustaining? And the other thing is, while Arjun did mention about people willing to pay more, are they actually willing to pay more? It's good to say that, but then given the inflation, etc., so many other factors which come in, the slightly more expensive product, people then don't go. At least that's what we are saying right now. People are simply not willing to pay that right now. So there are a lot of factors goes into, but in general, yes, there is a much more awareness of the fact that you need to eat healthy, build, especially immunity has to be built over a period of time. But that's something which we needs to be seen if that's sustainable or long period of time. For example, sanitizers, sales have dropped like a bomb. I mean, it just gone down where it was before pre-COVID, right? At one point it was soaring like anybody's business. So people then tend to forget about what happened and get into the normal routine. So that's something to keep in mind. Maybe surveys 1-2 years down the line will tell whether it's really picking up.
Thank you. Dr. Shashank is back. So, Shashank? We lost him again. Okay, I think he has some Wi-Fi issue. Okay, we do realize that the awareness has definitely increased about health and immunity, the relation with the food products, nutrients, that has increased. But whether it has converted into the buying behavior or not, we still have to see, and it will take some time. And as Shiva said, that since the threat has lessened, people have become a little more relaxed and not as much worried. But definitely, people are aware about proteins and vitamins and other nutrients, immunity, etc. So this is a good thing that has taken place.
I mean, we are talking about some of the products and in general, but the post-COVID, if I can say, the side effects are even larger than the COVID itself during that time. So immunity was talk of a town, and as you were mentioning about sanitizers and some of these things. But you see, there are a lot of mental issues which people are coming up now post-COVID. There are a lot of sleep issues which people are facing, a lot of stress, because as you say, as just mentioned also, that the inflation or the the recession around the corner, a lot of stress is around. So there are a lot of the new categories are coming up, or going to be a focus as we move forward. May not be just like immunity, as you rightly said. People think that it's like one of the things happened and now gone.
Shilpa, any last words?
No, I think I agree with what Dr. Shivkumar and Arjun are saying, that a lot of intent, but we also know that with Indian consumer, there is a little bit of a gap when it comes to intent and the actual behavior. So claim behavior versus actual behavior, there is a quite bit of a gap that exists. A lot of intent is there, and that's what people are sort of expressing. But yes, what does it actually come down to when they are picking up products, when they are buying things, or they're consuming their diets? We will need to, still wait and see what it actually translates to.
And yes, given the inflation and given the way things are moving, we will need to do a little bit of a wait and watch here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Shashank, are you available?
I am there, but
yeah. Would you? No, don't worry about the video. Would you like to have add a few last words before we close the session?
No, I think this was a very good discussion, and I really thank all the speakers, all the panelists, and I think we can close on that. Thanks so much.
Dolly?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Bhalkar. Thank you, Dr. Pai, and all the panel members. It was an interesting discussion and very well conducted. We now move ahead on to the third session. To begin the third session, which is a on nutricerials and proteins, I would like to invite Dr. Shashikaran Boindala, Dr. Dayakar Rao, Dr. Prabodh Halde, and Dr. Nikhil Kelkar. I will introduce them all in brief. Dr. Shashikaran is an honorary scientific director at PFNDAI, former director of National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR, Hyderabad. He is a pathologist by training and has carried out research in the area of nutrition, food safety, and toxicology for 30 years. He has over 120 publications and chapters in 3 books. Dr. Dayakar Rao. Dr. Dayakar Rao is a seasoned agricultural researcher with about 3 decades of experience in millets processing, developing more than 60 technologies, mentoring more than 400 startups, and transferring 150 technologies to startups are some of his accomplished. Dr. Dayakar is credited with building successful millet value chain ecosystem with end-to-end solution for creating demand for millets in the various states of India, in replacing the successful millet value chain to boost the millet cultivation and promotion. Dr. Nikhil Kelkar, he has done his BDS from Nair Hospital, University of Mumbai, 7 years of experience in New Zealand as a dental surgeon and 15 years as joint managing director at Hexagon Nutrition Limited, executive council member at Hadsa, awarded Best Brand 2021 by Economic Times. Dr. Prabodh Halde is head regulatory and R&D at Marico, chairman All India Food Processing Association and Chamber for Advancement of Small and Medium Business, has 25 years of string industrial experience and represented India 5 times for Codex meeting from year 2012 to 2019. Dr. Shashikaran, over to you.
Thank you, Dolly, and we look forward to an interesting session. I welcome all the 3 panelists, Dr. Dayakar, Dr. Nikhil, and Dr. Prabodh, for this panel discussion. We are now, the topic of our discussion is about millets. And we all know millets has had a very checkered history. It is more than 5,000 years old as far as India is concerned, and people were consuming it all the while. And then over a period of time, there was a big shift, and millets became a poor man's food, whereas rice and white wheat became the fashion of the day. And nobody ever thought at that time that we are actually giving up a healthy grain and going for something which is relatively less healthy. But now with this turn of events and a huge increase in the non-communicable diseases in our country, then the advice is that, you reduce rice, you reduce wheat, and go for something which is got a higher glycemic. I remember we had a program in India called the Food for Work program. And the government people used to give some job to poorer sections of society, but they used to pay them partly in cash and partly as millets. Because it was almost like a dole given to the poorer people, and therefore it got a kind of a label that it was a poor man's food. And even the poor man then didn't like it, because he said that's like telling that, you're poor, you eat only millet. So he also started going in for rice and wheat and landed up in the same kind of problems which all of us suffer. So the millet is extremely interesting history. And now with climate change, we also realize that that is the only grain which withstands high temperatures. That's the only grain which doesn't need too much water. And it's also a grain which does not generate too much of greenhouse gases. So it's like the well, like a God's gift for us in this era of this both climate change as well as non-communicable diseases. So we are now got a lot of people doing research, working in the area of millets. The government has declared, the WHO itself has declared that this is the year of the millet. So this is a right time for all of us to discuss the value behind the millet. So I request that each one of you would take around 3 to 4 minutes maximum as an initial introductory talk. And then we'll go on to the question answer session. And during the questions, you can always, what do you say, extend it a little bit and expand what is to be said. So my first request is, of course, you be short.
Can I just take half a minute?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, sorry to disturb. Dr. Sashikaran, initially we started this session as totally for millet. Then we decided that millets and proteins, we'll talk about both these things. So we have the 4 experts who will be talking both on millets as well as proteins. So this is just
sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Both millet and
sorry for the disturbance.
Yeah, fine. So let us start off, and I think we'll first invite Dr. Dayakar, and after that Dr. Nikhil, and then the third will be Dr. Prabodh. Yes, Dr. Dayakar, go ahead, sir. Kindly unmute.
At the outset, I thank the organizers for accommodating me in this panel, and it's always a pleasant experience being a part of this panel, especially chaired by Dr. Sashikaran. We worked for some time in the initial stages. But what I would like to tell you is that this crop, millets, what it is not single, major and minor millets are there, totally about 9 to 10 millets which are grown in India, which are akin to our tradition, that were grown primarily by the farmers for their own consumption. So now today's challenge is that when we talk about NC non-communicable diseases and health quotient and nutritional merits, I think today's there is a transforming role of millets from subsistence nature to that commercialization. So that was a big challenge. And millets, probably the supply is never a problem, in the sense that both in terms of R&D, the type of the cultivars that are along with rice and wheat propagated in 1964, along with Dr. N.G.P. Rao and others, along with the green revolution that has happened in wheat and all, the productivity increases, especially in sorghum and pearl millet, which are major millets in addition to the ragi. All these 3 millets had a very good thing, but then more and more millets are being grown. We found that the mouths, those who are consuming, were reduced. So 35 million hectares, 1955 to 60, now it has come down to 16 million, 15 to 16 million hectares. And the production is same, 16 million tons that time, and today is 18 million tons. So it is all primarily ascribed to the growth that has happened in terms of the productivity changes, despite this millet has been relegated to poor and soil and water environment. So this is what one thing one can pat about that. But in today's context, we are talking about millets to rediscover as a crop which can be, because USP is very clearly defined that the nutrition is the primary concern. Second thing is about the climate change. In both these contexts, they are going to be a major crops. Indian Institute of Millet Research, which I am working for the more than 20 plus years here, and we have pioneered in developing the value chain and diversified our mandate from crop improvement to the entire value chain, trying to work on the demand side and bring in what are the gaps that are there that could make the thing. So finally, we could attain that sort of a, as we are moving towards from food security to the nutrition security, the quantity to quality aspects and all the same. So now it is looked at with a new mirror that is there. And I think a nutritionist, dietitians, doctors, everybody, now it has become a cynosure of that, all the eyes, then many other stakeholders along with R&D, both agriculture, nutrition and food processing, along with the marketing and other startup incubation, all those things are integrated. So we have pioneered in developing the value chain, trying to bring in the gaps that are there, primarily not only in the backward integration, but also in the forward integration in terms of processing diversification that we did, trying to manipulate the starch rather than the protein, because the protein gluten is absent. Nevertheless, the protein ranges anything between 8 to 12%, but then when you go for the cultivars, the protein in proso millet is about 17%. So there are cultivars and the core crop improvement, which we are able to bring out the protein aspect also with working on the plant-based proteins, though it is deficient in lysine, but the methionine, which it has quite good terms, and where pulses are having, so a combination and composite food products, protein-based products could be a value proposition where you can really just bring in a total quality protein by bringing them together. So millet has some sort of a very good prospects that which we can think about, but with the government support, especially policy is one important thing with the government of India is trying to help, and Indian Institute of Millet Research is identified as a nodal institute. But the real path break has come when a center of excellence and establishment of center of excellence at Indian Institute of Millet Research led consortium, as well as the NutriHub, which is the last mile connectivity between the domestic crop to make it commercial crop. You need some commercial aspects and startups coming up. So we at NutriHub, we are supporting about 300 plus startups. I think Shashikiran was watching us from zero to this level. I think he knows all the progress that which we made. But I'm very happy God is with us. So we were able to diversify the product range and brought in convenience, and now we are looking for the export markets and the international era of millets. I think this is what
I'll again get back to you on the question range.
Thank you, sir. I finished mine.
I really appreciate what all you have done in the last 10 years. I know you started from scratch and we were associated with you. Now, Dr. Nikhil, just brief introduction. We'll again be coming back to you. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Shashikaran. It's good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on this panel with all the eminent doctors on this panel and chaired by Dr. Shashikaran. Well, as for millets, I think that is a very, one of the most economical sources of protein. More has been already elaborated by Dr. Shashikaran and Dr. Dayakar. All I would like to say is that high fiber and maybe reasonable amount of protein. So I will give more emphasis to the fiber on that one. And secondly, it's an excellent source, and mainly more still it is prevalent and used in the rural areas or the small town. But the urban population needs to be educated more about the use of millets, maybe through different recipes, and we need more maybe inputs from the nutritionists about it and the food technologists as to how we can increase the use of this wonderful grain which is available with us. However, I mean, I'm not an expert on the millets. I must admit that I'm more of a clinical nutrition person. So we will talk more about how to really add to the protein value later on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Then Dr. Prabodh.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Dr. Pai, and thank you, Dr. Dayankar Rao. बहुत अच्छा बात किया सर आपने. It was wonderful hearing you again, and thank you, Nikhil sir. Sir, opening remark, I just want to say that the millet year 2023, which got announced by actually World Health Organization also in 2021, so we got 1.5 years, 2 years for preparation. Millet is a wonderful grain, I would say that, and if you recall in our school days, those who are plus 40 now, particularly the millet which we used to eat during our fasting, go back to your ruler, if you are from rural background, and then going to your mama's place or uncle's place, and then jawar roti. So I think those memories are still in our brain, and then when we recall those memories that we used to eat those good product, and they are tasty too. As Dr. Dayankar sir said that it is high in protein, high in fiber. Apart from protein and fiber, I think millets are really good in the vitamins and minerals. And all vitamins and all minerals, most of them are present. And that's why the millets make the good story. It's not only the fiber and protein, low glycemic, and is exactly good for all your so-called the diabetic and the cholesterol and the heart health, particularly, plus tasty. And also it is good for country because it is something which also helps to condition your soil. So millet is now known for many. If you travel by air, and happy to say, Shashikaran Sahab, I have kept traveling all across India in 4 metro actually airport. I saw that there are big boards of millet. First time I saw that millets are propagated at the airport, and people are asking for, can you give me the millet incorporated in my product? I think consumers are putting pressure to the industry. First time it is the mass movement on the millet. So it is not about the industries trying to change the habit. Now it's the consumer is asking what is the millet and how I can incorporate and what are those. So I think I see this is huge, and India has a population of 135 crore. Wheat and rice is our staple food, and for whatever the reason it is there, and green revolution has happened with wheat and rice. We cannot change overnight, but 135 crore janta, amongst that even 10%, 15 crore people are asking for millet. We are there already. We are facing a problem of the supply chain. Dayankar sir, the problem is not about demand is already created, it's the good supply chain. I rest my point here. We'll discuss once my turn comes.
Thank you, Prabhat. I think I agree with you now. There's a tremendous demand for millets. See, what was earlier a poor man's food has now become the
out of poor man
upper segments requirement, and it is more because of its therapeutic health benefits and so on. Now let's come to the questions. We'll start with Dr. Dayakar. Millets can be grown in adverse conditions, and in the light of the climate change, which I was talking about, they could make a critical difference in sustainability of food in future. Now, what are the government's efforts other than declaring millets as cereals and increasing the MSP for them? So what are the government's role here in trying to encourage millet use? Unmute, sir. Unmute. You have to unmute. We can't hear.
In continuation of my pitch, what I made in the initial things, millet can be grown in adverse conditions of soil and water deficiency under high temperatures such as 45 to 50 degrees Celsius. Water requirement 300 to 400 mm. Low water and low carbon footprints, and C4 pathway. All these things are a very plus point. But they, in the new context that which we are talking about, the climate adverse situation, the rice and wheat yields are likely to fall because of lack of climate resilience of these crops. So there is going to emerge as an unmet gap of production demand. That void can be filled by millets because millets can never be just replacing the rice and wheat. But whatever the gap that is there can make the millets sustainable. And in fact, they meet most of the SDG goals that are there, which laid out. When coming to the government policies are moving towards the nutritional security. So in terms of input subsidies, in terms of crop incentivization by various state millet missions like Odisha government is making. Earlier it was only the central government was owning, but today it is the state millet missions like Odisha, Karnataka, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, and Uttarakhand. So then there is also a program called supporting seed hubs, because the seed is the primary input. The quality seed availability was a constraint. Now that is being scaled up so that there should not be any constraint. As you said, that the demand is going to be huge, then how we are going to really just in a short run to medium term. So mainstreaming, another thing is output subsidies. So mainstreaming millets in public funded programs such as ICDS, MDM. Today, all the government programs are set and they are going for piloting of these efforts of introducing millets in these programs, both at the central level, in trying to guide the states to take it. And availability of millet across growing states in public distribution system programs is another program, and supporting millet-based startups This is a very novel thing that with the grant in aid programs from 5 to 25 crores, 25 lakhs to each of the startup is being mooted. And in this particular year that they wanted to promote about 100 startups to be aided with this government support under RK Weaver of the. And there is APIDA has taken up export promotion of markets, and there is a huge international outreach which is planned. And also to domestic startup industry also they are being building up. So the entire value chain, they are trying to resolve the gaps and trying to plug in. There is one Ministry of Food Processing Industry, what is PLI scheme, Production Linked Incentive Scheme, which is incentivizing both the big industry and MSME under MOFPI. This is going to be a very path-breaking. In fact, I think my colleague Dr. Prabodh knows about this thing, and many of the industry are already into that, so that they should add about 15% of the millets so that they can claim on capital expenditure that they are going to incur for next 3 years. There is one district, one product program, about 25 districts are identified under MOFPI to support incubation centers established in various districts. 20 government departments, whether it's Ministry of External Affairs, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Health and Welfare, Family Welfare, and Ministry of WCD, all these departments are roped in to promote millets in India, and many missionaries are also brought in. So the government support has come up in a very big way, a holistic way, trying to create demand for millets, especially indigenous millets taken to the world under the leadership of our Prime Minister.
Thank you, Rekha. You gave a very detailed information, and I'm very happy that the government is doing quite a bit in this field. Now I'll go to Dr. Nikhil, and since you are a specific interest in clinical nutrition and on dietary fiber, so daily recommendation of fiber consumption is challenging. What are your views on it?
Right. So, yeah, I mean, if we see a daily fiber requirement of an individual, it is about 25 to 30 grams of fiber in a day. And it is difficult to really consume this much of fiber through our daily diets. And I must say that, yes, although millets can be a very, very good source of fiber, it is a very, very high source of fiber, but not all of us will consume millets in our daily diet as well. But there are other sources of fiber which can be added to food, just like your isabgol insoluble fiber, which is one of the most common sources of fiber available. However, it has got its own limitations, being insoluble, the kind of, I mean, not everyone likes the texture to really consume it. The people find it very difficult sometimes to swallow also. But now, due to technological advancements and innovation in food technology, there are very good soluble fibers which are available in the market. For example, resistant maltodextrin, which is 100% soluble in water, which will give you a very clear solution, which is a very low glycemic index, as low as 2. And you can possibly add it to any food. You can add it to your dal chawal, you can add it to your sambar, you can add it to your rasam or juices, and even tea and coffee without changing the color, texture, flavor of these food products. So it's a very innovative delivery system in itself. So I mean, these are some of the new innovations in fiber in the world. Thank you.
Oh, that's good. I think only thing problem is the consumer should be aware of these products, the consumer awareness, and we have to bring about a small behavior change in people.
Absolutely.
So that they incorporate these in their regular cooking practices. Yeah, that's good.
Absolutely.
Dr. Prabodh?
Yes, sir.
You suddenly disappeared from the screen. I thought you went away.
No. I was
okay.
correcting my face.
Okay. Now, the people used to, no, I'm sorry. Already some millet products are appearing in the market as multi-grain products, isn't it?
Yes,
Although
sir.
this is a good beginning, but it is too small and too insignificant a segment compared to the other regular ones. So what can be done to further increase the use of millets and bring products on the shelf?
Frankly speaking, doctor, millet, if you see 2019, if you do the mapping of the 2019 product in the shelf, in the particularly the big shops, particularly the modern shops or online, 2020 during COVID time, 2021, and now 2022. Overall, the millet product have actually increased by 500%. So just to give you the number, if in 2019, if there is a one product, now there are 5 products. So the progression have actually increased. And thanks to the anchor sir and Ministry of Food Processing, Ministry of Food Processing has actually incorporated that PLI scheme for the small and also the big industries. I think there is a good intervention and number of products are increasing. But there are 2 issues, sir, which I foresee as a good scope for food technology. When you incorporate the millet, the taste of the product get disturbed. Disturbed means we are not used to eating high fiber and high protein in your normal acceptable product. For example, even you do the experiment at your home without telling your kids and your family member, if you add 10% of millets into your wheat flour, if you are going for chakki atta, if you are going, just mix it. See the threshold where people will register it. Oh, something is changed. It is not so easy to change the taste. Taste is the biggest barrier and for the acceptance. So I think consumer is a king. It is not a medicine where you can gulp with the glass of water. It is a product which needs to be enjoyed, and also it should go into the acceptable at all the ages. So one of the hindrance in the millet is, sir, food technological food processing intervention, where you develop the tasty product. And I think this is a big challenge when we all as at R&D and the food technologies are facing a challenge, and there are the good solutions. People are making a tastier options. I think that process is also parallel happening. Second thing, sir, about the quality assurance at the farm level, because supply of the same, the grain like rice and wheat, their supply quality is standardized over 50 years. But millets are not standardized. So supply of the millet, if they are having a fiber, say 7.2%, there is no assurance that the product will come with the same quality parameter throughout. So the changes are happening. These are the 2 hurdles, sir. But happy to say that lot of startups, and particularly guided by the Anchor Sir's Institute at Hyderabad, they came out with fantastic product. I'm so happy to see those kind of intervention by the small players. Big players are also coming. But sir, so far the progress is good, but slowly and slowly you will see in coming days, it will grow by 100% number.
Yeah, in fact, this percentage of millet added to the regular flour, in fact, there are many consumers who are very critical. They say, what do they mean by multigrain atta? When barely 15% of it is millet flour, still 80% is still wheat flour. And how can they label as multigrain? So the thing is, as you said just now, if you increase the percentage of millet, the taste may not be acceptable, and therefore there is a limitation. Okay.
Sir, one more point which I just want to add, and I request the anchor sir to address this, that when we call about millet, as millet is not one grain, millet is actually including multiple kind of grains. So when we say all millets are good for diabetic, I think it is wrong. We have to call out what is the millet. For example, I will give, sir, in my the growing age, we used to eat at our Maharashtra, actually one of the grain which is bhagar, which is the kodo millet, which is a very tasty. It is like usko kya kehte hai, samak rice. Usko samak rice kehte hain apne South India mein, samak rice, which is a very good grain and very tasty also. And it is grown 90% in the Nasik area. And unfortunately, there are some anti-nutrient factors in the millet which you need to process properly. Otherwise, you will meet with some kind of food safety accident. So, yes, nutritionally, when we are talking about millet, I think a right nutritional intervention and propagation is also important. It should not become like a millet hai to sab kuch acha hi hai. No. Proper intervention by the expert nutritionist, food scientists are required, sir. But yes, it is the low glycemic, but not all the millets are low glycemic. I think Dr. Shiva has it. Ragi is not a low glycemic. So I agree. Not every millet is a low glycemic, and one should not start particularly. But there are some other nutritional factor like minor nutrient, as I said, vitamins, minerals, and overall you see as a health rather than only targeting at one aspect.
Yeah. Thank you, Prabodh, for the clarification. Dr. Dayakar, and I'm again coming back to you, as Prabodh mentioned about anti-nutritional factors. So there are some anti-nutritional factors present in certain millets. Can you tell us how you can overcome them?
Yes, it is a known fact, and it is published literature also points at about anti-nutritional factors like phytic acid, tannins, oxalic acids, carotenoids, and polyphenol. But in today's context, I think the literature also shows that anti-nutrition is antioxidants, and all those things. But anyway, I think the most, even if they are there in certain proportions, it is very important that we need to understand this is like a perfect storm today, because the technology has advanced so much, especially in terms of, so you have a problem, but you have also a solution where this can be tackled with various processing technologies such as fermentation, extrusion, germination, dehuling. And in fact, a recently reported findings also point at about the micro milling processes that would reduce the anti-nutrients significantly. So the problem is not a problem if we really just an informed decision trying to tackle this millets anti-nutritional factors, and several other new papers that have also proven that how, in fact, one of our PhD students we have given exclusively on micro milling process, and very soon we are going to be found the results are really positively in trying to either reduce or sometimes minimize those things. So that is what the take that I would like to say, that the processing technology is the real solution for these anti-nutritional factors in today's context. I think one should be given that consumer awareness about this, that once some 1970 paper people keep quoting and talking anti-nutritional factors that are there, sometimes it goes against that. So when you have a solution, I think we should not be uh, we should be able to give awareness, proper awareness, so that people may tackle them and choose a proper processing technology to tackle them, especially when you want to go for children food, because children requires less dietary fiber. Of course, the anti-nutritional factors that the fiber also inhibits the micronutrient absorption, all those things are there. But if the anti-nutritional factor to tackle them, can we refine the products in such a way with a better technologies like extrusion? Today, lots of other things, that advances that are taking place in the food processing technology. Prabodh knows about this, and many of the pilot studies. That's the reason, and even WCD is also propagating and trying to see that. So we, as a technical institute, along with NIN, we are trying to give them the technical knowledge about what are the best processing technologies that can really give the not only bioavailability but also tackling the anti-nutritional factors.
In fact, one of the concerns we had in introducing millet into the midday meal scheme, etc., is our children are already micronutrient deficient. I mean, and then you give a millet-based program. These millets may further inhibit absorption of the other micronutrients. Will that happen? But of course, as Dayakar said, now these things are now possible to manage through appropriate processing technology, and we can still use them. Now, Nikhil, now let us move from last time I asked you about the fiber. Now I'll ask you about protein. Now, proteins can play a vital role in aging. You know, we are having an increasing aging population in our country, especially when it comes to sarcopenia. Can you please highlight something about the use of protein in preventing this age-associated sarcopenia?
Sure. So sarcopenia, as we call it, is nothing but, in simple terms, it's a muscle loss. And it is a age-related muscle loss. As your age increases, this muscle loss also gradually increases. Now, it's a physiological muscle loss. So we cannot completely stop that. But however, we can delay it by replenishing the protein in our body. Now, if we go back and see the recent IMRB research survey, it says that 73% of urban rich population of India are protein deficient. and 23% are not even aware of it. So if we see now a normal protein requirement, daily protein requirement of an average individual, say 65 kgs of weight, it will be about 1 gram per kg body weight per day. So for a 65 kg individual, it is 65 grams of protein per day, which is equivalent to say 10 eggs per day. If we say 6.5 gram protein per egg, and that too only if the person is a non-vegetarian person. For vegetarian people, the sources of protein are definitely there, but it is more difficult to manage your protein from a vegetarian diet. So these are the challenges there. But however, there are clinical nutrition solutions available, clinical nutrition supplements available, which will help you to achieve your daily protein goals along with the fibers, vitamins, minerals, etc. So what I'm trying to highlight is, that you can meet your or go closer to achieving your daily protein goals with the addition of appropriate clinical nutrition supplement. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll actually need to consider the proteins for elderly, which are rich in leucine.
Absolutely.
Because leucine stimulates muscle growth, as we discussed earlier.
Absolutely.
And another important factor is muscle loss cannot be prevented only by dietary means. There has to be physical activity of some degree, even in the elderly, for their muscle to stay alive. So what happens is when an elderly person becomes ill and he lies down in bed, if they are not up on their feet within 3 days, their muscles start melting away, So that's why when whatever happens, make people move, then the muscle will survive. And then you give your supplement or a good protein.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's very nice, Dr. Nikhil. Now, Prabodh, we are talking about micronutrients. So which micronutrients will be required to fortify millet-based products?
I think, Dr. Shashikaran, this question is very tricky because millet per se, the bigger challenge is before going for fortification, I think it is a utilization of whatever the actives present in the millet. And I think that is a bigger challenge. So as my friend Dayankar Rao said, I said that food technology has given the solution for it. So I think two aspects are very important before we touch to the fortification. It is a choice making, and I would say that natural actually mixing of 2-3 millets together, like what we use in sometime in the mix. Now there is a now the people are going for the mixed millet or the product with the mixed millet. So rather than the fortificants from outside, what can be the 2-3 combination of the millet grains can give you the right nutrition? That should be the aspect, rather than adding some kind of vitamins to the millet, because millets are natural. The moment you add something vitamins and minerals into additionally, one of the bigger claim, which is a 100% natural, may lose out. However, vitamins and minerals which are present in the millets, so if we can do a proper choosing of the mixing of 2 or 3 millets together and make a taste appropriate to the product. So like Niftam Tanjavur has created ice cream out of millet. Some people have created a milk out of millet, and they are available on the now online sale. This is really good innovative steps, and they have developed their mask. And I think Nikhil sir will say that they created some kind of masking agent which actually masks the taste of the millet. Otherwise, you will get the grainy taste. I think this intervention, the popularization of the millet, which you said, is very important unless the consumer get accepted those products as normal, because consumer don't pay you for whatever the medicinal crop or medicinal whatever. Every company have tried, but nobody can change the consumer acceptance, and consumer will not just consume what is being good, because finally the target, as you rightly said, the growing population, elderly population, how you will convince them. So this is very important, and I would say the natural combination of mixing of the more than 2, 3, 4 grains is more appropriate, sir, and you are the expert into that.
I agree with you 100% because we are talking about millets as an advantage because it naturally contains micronutrients in them.
Yes.
And then further fortifying it then doesn't make sense. Okay,
No,
so
no, fortification, maybe the terminology, natural fortification, you can say,
yeah,
rather
that is
than
what is already there. See, what the whatever you label, having a particular vitamins or whatever is what is present in the millet already. Okay, at the end of the processing, whatever is there. Now,
Sir,
so that
it contain calcium, it contain iron,
yeah,
magnesium,
some of them almost
manganese,
1/3 RDA content is there in the millet, isn't it? It's quite a lot, quite a large
quite a
amount.
lot, sir. And B2, B3, B4, B5, folic acid is also there. Vitamin K is there. Now, I don't think when I was talking to some very expert in the fortificant space, fortification, they said enough is there in already. Like milk is we are targeted, then we have targeted oil, we have targeted rice. I think then we are doing for the, because it should not be like everywhere you keep adding the fortificants from outside. I think
Yeah. Before we
that is
move
the
on to the
whole
next round of questions, I'll just ask Dolly, how are we placed for time?
Sir, we have still some time. We
But
can
sir,
get
I want to ask this question to the anchor, sir, if he can
Yeah,
give
sure,
us
sure.
some height. Because sir, this is everybody is keep talking about the anchor, sir. So what to say about the fortificants with the millet?
Sir, I think there is some logic. Both the chairman and Prabodh was talking about the natural 1/3 of RDA being available from the existing sources. Now, not much data is available with regard to the bioavailability of it. So that is one concern. Second thing is that the new trend that is coming up now, for example, composite foods. Now, for example, if you go for millet and mushroom combination, so what happened is Indian Institute of Millet Research, being an arm of ICAR, we are asked to tie up with all the other institute, and we try to work out how the marriage can happen and what is the benefit that which we can bring in by fortifying those things. Millet and mushroom marriage has some logic. What I saw is that the vitamin D that is which is prevalent in especially the button type of mushrooms. Uh, was a case where that when both of them are brought apart from this other things, I think it has some consumer is going to have a better value than what was purely millet based, and the type of the taste that is also little differentiated and also some sort of a diversified thing, especially in Himachal and other places where the mushrooms are grown. I think the introduction of millets, fortifying with that mushroom, takes a easy way of launching those products in that. So there are other social aspects one need to consider when we are talking about fortification. I think this is what I would like to just add, Prabodji.
Thank you, Dr. Dayakar. And there's one question which is not part of the questions here, which I would like to ask is, see, the one major problem and the one on which rice and wheat have an advantage over millet is the shelf life and their longevity. So the problem is millets, they tend to become rancid much faster, and the storage is a problem. So how are we solving the problem of, even let us say we have a huge millet crop, and if you cannot store it properly or use it immediately to convert into a product, it's always a problem. So what are we doing about the millet storage?
Sir, there are three aspects. One is the grain storage, where for public funded programs, can we really store grain for? So the current level is about 9 to 12 months. You can store the grain. If it is not, the moisture levels are about 12% or so. So SOPs are being formed, and I think that is sufficient, and people should not look beyond that for the millets for distribution, because there is a window wherein they'll have to distribute. They are grown in one season, Kharif season, and that has to take place about the supply chain issues and all those things. 1 year period is safe enough to do that. But I'm not trying to just justify it, but we are trying to see that. But if the moisture levels where the farmers that are growing for more than 12% for the weight that they get it and a higher price and all those things, there you find. So a quality standards and grades must come in place with regard to that. Now, second thing is the floor. The floor is one of the most vulnerable. The moment you have grain, as far as the grain is concerned, fine. The moment you open up whether the naked grains or the the small millets also have some inedible portion outer seed coat which needs to be removed. In both the cases, we found that the there is quite a bit of that especially pearl millet, that inactivation of lipase get activated and oxidative rancidity, and then flour cannot be stored for them. But now some sort of an integrated approach is being adopted by trying to take the packaging part of it and some sort of a vacuum package and all those things. There is CFTRI along with IMR. We have taken up one project on this, trying to improve that, trying to work out by working on the proteomic profiling and what is the grain structure and the germ that is there and the oil percent that is there, which is a major culprit for spoiling the flour. So I think it is on the way, and then trying to do. But today's market available flour is anything between 4 to 6 months. I think this is quite a bit good thing with an integrated approach, rather than not necessarily on the R&D part, but some little bit of pre-processing is taken up, and then you also take it to that pre-processing and drying, and then go for the milling, and then come out with that, and maintaining the moisture, and in a pack like vacuum packing and all those things. But the cost is also another thing, which because staples have a very low margins, so getting into that. But for the export market, this could be a very good solution, sir. Now, the third aspect is about the value-added products. I think there we have a very good advantage, because if you take the same flour or grits and then try to just go through the extrusion process, straight away the shelf life goes up to 6 months. But are we happy with the 6 months? If you are going for the targeting export markets, I think there's a new project that has come up with APIDA. They have given us, and with the CFTR and IFTEM and others, we are working on that and trying to bring out. We could come up to 9 months. I think Manna Foods also, we saw that they are also coming up with 9 months to 12 months of some of the things. For express foods or the instant foods, there is no problem. It can go up to 12 months. So, but there are some vulnerable areas where flaking is there, where the rancidity is happening fast enough. So we came out with some technology of dual processing. One is through the edge runner technology and combining with the roller flaker technology, so that the germ may be removed through the process, so that your shelf life can be earned. Another important thing, people are trying to work on how to remove the germ. So there are positive and negative aspects of removing the germ. But then can we do it technologically as we have done in case of maize? That is the biggest question that is there. But the grain size seems to be very small to really just handle it. So it appears it's a distant dream. I think, but by and large, when we started our journey, that we used to come with some samples and all that. I am standing very tall saying that we have really achieved some progress in case of shelf life and all this thing. I think much more needs to be done.
Oh, thank you. That's a lot of information you have given, Dr. Dayakar. And we have made a lot of progress as well. I think next question again, it goes to Dr. Nikhil. Quality protein remains key to healthy future. And we spoke a lot during the day about plant proteins. But are we missing out on a very important protein, which is whey protein? And then what are your views on whey protein? We make enough of those paneer, kind of cheese kind of stuff in this country. So whey is there for a byproduct. Now, why is it we still import a lot of whey for our domestic requirement?
That's a very, very good question. Few parts of it, and I'll try to answer. I'll try to answer the second part first. Is that why do we import? Now, in India, we have got whey proteins available. There are some manufacturers. However, I must say that we need more instantized forms of whey proteins which are soluble, especially when we are talking about clinical nutrition supplements which go into critical care, ICU, Riles tube feeding, so on and so forth. So solubility plays a major part of it. Plus, the amino acid profile also has to match a lot, especially for the clinical nutrition. That's the second part. And first part, what you said was that yes, whey is definitely one of the key proteins which one should really consider as a source of protein. And it has got tremendous advantages. First and foremost, if we see that it has got a PDCA score of 1. It has got high biological value of 104. And even the net protein utilization of whey is one of the highest at 92. Secondly, the amino acid profile, both for the essential amino acids as well as the branch-chain amino acids. And I remember you mentioned leucine for sarcopenia as well, and that is very rich in leucine as well. So that amino acid profile is excellent. Thirdly, it is a fast protein. That means absorption rate is quite fast in the body, almost 8 to 10 grams per hour. So a faster gastric emptying time as well, especially in those disease-specific nutrition products where you really need that faster gastric emptying time, as well as for a lot of sports applications also for athletes and so on and so forth. And last but not the least, it gives good amount of satiety when you consume whey protein. And also it has got a thermogenic effect as well in the body, especially if you're considering for weight loss and so on and so forth.
Thank
you.
Thank you. In fact, we should be encouraging the products developed out of the whey which comes in our country. In fact, till recently, quite a bit of it was actually thrown as junk at the end of it without using it. You're losing a lot of protein in many of the dairy industries. Dr. Prabodh, see, we have many other protein cereal like oats and buckwheat, etc. But now we also have new kind of sources like chia seeds, moringa leaf protein, quinoa, hemp, spirulina, mycoproteins, etc. These are supposed to be excellent protein sources, but have we done any kind of a studies to, compare these new proteins, whether they're really, we need to go for that, or whether our own traditional protein sources are good enough? Do we have clinical studies?
Dr. Shishikaran, this is a very important question. First, I would like to say that the total protein requirement as per the nutrition, and you were in charge of the NIN, is traditionally in India, we are under nourished in case of protein, because 1 gram per kg and generally translate to 65 gram per day. As per the survey conducted in 2019-20, the results are 42 gram average Indian consumes the protein. And as you said, that proteins are the building block and for the body, and they cannot get stored. So you need to eat every day. It is not something like fat which gets stored, but protein you need to eat every day, and which gives you the amino acid essential and both non-essential. When it comes to the protein, sir, my take is that veganism is increasing, and that you must have seen the millennium population, those who are born after 2000. Most of the people are now turning to the vegan, and India is a huge country, 135 crore. Plus Jainism is also there, veganism is there, vegetarianism is also there. So animal protein is one, but plant protein, overall protein intake is, we are deficit by 29% or 30%. So available protein which is available in the plant, I think it is not the quality, but it's the quantity. First is the supplementation of the proteins required. So we have to include whatever the sources are, and whatever the chia seed or the other sources which you have mentioned, including the soya, oats, all. I think in their respective countries, enough material is available to be called out. Only we need to take care of the anti-nutritional factor, which Dr. Dayasankar said. Like in soya also, there are the anti-nutritional factors are present, but proper processing will be. So to me, any intervention of the protein is good for India, because we are the pan India level, we are actually deficit in the protein, and plant protein are good quality protein, and their biological value plus absorption of the protein is also now being termed like they are close to the egg. Egg was the gold standard which we have learned during our nutrition time, but now it is the nutritionists have also accepted now the veg proteins are as equal, as close to the complete protein. So I would say, sir, it is such kind of protein which are coming to the India, if it is affordable and the people are accepting, and as per the nutritionist, if they are good, we don't have any problem. However, cheap protein should be available, which can be given to the masses, the bottom of the pyramid. And I see the milk is there, but soya could be one of and the grains also could be, the millet also can actually suffice that kind of need. On the protein per se total, sir, the intervention is must, and we need to actually, I spoke in one of the seminar that aaj se thoda kam, which we talk about sugars, salt and oil, but we should say aaj se thoda jyada for protein and fiber. So
My
protein,
only concern, Dr. Pramod, is that with so much of work going on with Dr. Dayakar just now mentioned to increase millet production in our country, and we are also going to encourage our various traditional millet varieties to be used both directly at home and also through products. And here, these other grains are coming from outside the country, and they come with a great amount of promotion. All over the world, there are people who are talking more about quinoa and chia in our country rather than ragi or jowar, isn't it? So what happens is this: there is too much of marketing of the incoming seeds, millets than our own millets. What do you say, Dr. Dayakar?
Sir, that was definitely because International Year of Millets 2013, it has come with the multinationals. So the spread was very fast. And we were thinking that perhaps millets will be put in the back seat. But then I think Prime Minister himself taking this particular new challenge and going and at various forums talking and involving various countries, United Nations, G20, Sherpa, any big opportunity comes, then he's trying to serve those people, trying to advocate them that Indian millets to be propagated across for the virtues they have. So I think this, when Prime Minister talks, everybody talks, that. So that is happening. And this is going to work out in advantage for the millets. Now, I think definitely there will be a competition between these two things because there is some advanced research in terms of the higher shelf life in case of chia or quinoa and all those things, but we'll be able to catch up soon. But today millets are not just taken the back seat, they are in the front seat, sitting along with the quinoa and others, especially in India. So I think we'll have to guard safely, take it to the other nations, how aggressively our external affairs ministry is going to take. That's what we need to mention. About 20 programs, outreach programs in Gulf Foods, that thing, Biofac and others, millet edition programs are being envisaged, sir, to sensitize.
Dayakar, I don't know whether you remember, we had a former Chief Minister, late Y.S. Rajsekhar Reddy in Andhra Pradesh. And when we used to have dinners, which I used to go and attend, where the Chief Minister was also coming, they used to make, apart from all the usual Hyderabadi biryani and all those fantastic rich dishes, they used to make one ragi sankati. Okay, that is actually made of ragi, because the Chief Minister used to eat only that. And because he was eating that one, so the people around also will say, oh, this something looks interesting. And then they'll also, so he was himself promoting by being an example for a millet consumer. Right? Pramod, you want to say something?
No, I was only saying, sir, when we talk about any of the import of the agricultural good, when considering the population, these numbers are the chia seed, this kind of imported seeds. The quantity is a very minuscule with compared to the other grains, sir. And I consider in the agriculture, yes, there should be protection, but chia seed today is getting traded, if you see online, in the bulk, 250 to 260 rupees a kg. I see is a positive aspect. It means consumers start paying to the local crop. So because when this seeds comes, they are at high cost. And when we give the good quality, so sir, today we are in a net import and export, both are open. So I consider this would be a competitive advantage for the India, and we can start exporting also. The way we are importing chia seed, but there is huge demand of outside. I was in Dubai last month, and then I saw that every supermarket is flooded with the millets from India. So already India is exporting. So I consider this is import and export opportunity. And like sir, if you go to the Mumbai market, you see the apple, Washington apple, and we have not stopped those Washington apple because consumers are asking for it. But same time, our Indian apples are also there. So I consider this is open economy, and then rather than only looking at what is coming out, but if we can focus on our quality, quantity, and nutritional value, and also promote our nutritional quality of the product, definitely, sir, there will be a good demand. And export is a huge because of the international millet, and 97% of the production is happening in, sir, old India. So I mean, like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, the old our India up to Afghanistan. If you say 97% of the millets production is in our area, sir, I consider this is a very good, not only for India, but we can become an export house for the entire world, because no developed country produces the millet the way we produce.
So you
They
think that these foreign millets which are coming in are actually a challenge for our Indian markets also to flourish. Okay, good.
So
if I can add something, sir.
Sorry, even I would like to add something.
After let Nikhil take first and then come back to you.
I mean, this is from a more marketing point of view, adding to what Dr. Shashikaran has said, that how we need to promote more. I feel that, you know, it needs to be got into that category of superfoods. When we talk about superfoods internationally, quinoa, chia seeds, you know, kale, all these names are usually taken. So how we can get those Indian millets in the category and classified as a superfood, maybe that will help in a lot of marketing and promotion of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Sir, one important point.
An old story about why. See, when from millets, we moved to rice. Okay.
Yeah.
And everybody started eating rice. Initially, we used to have most of the rice was the hand pounded or unpolished kind of rice and all that. Okay. Then slowly we changed into polished rice. From polished rice to highly polished rice. Okay. So there is a kind of a behavioral change which comes about by anything which looks very glossy and very better than our own original grain. Okay, so that is my fear, that when it becomes a fashion to use chia and quinoa, ragi and jowar will again go back to its old status. So that is my worry. So we have to have value addition, promotion, and sort of how did chia and quinoa become popular? Because somewhere down, a lot of publications came, the growers made a big issue of that. So we have to do that. Now the same is happening with almonds or walnuts or whatever. It is coming from our country also, but the people who are promoting is the American companies, isn't it? They do the promotion, we don't do the promotion. So therefore, our indigenous market, even though competition is good, in the way the promotion is done, we are not matching up with the international groups. So that is where what is necessary now. We have to promote. Since the Prime Minister himself is promoting, why not the industry all join together and then start promoting our own basic products, isn't it? Yes, Dayakar, you're the last one now to say before I conclude.
Sir, when you're talking about industry, because I was watching industry response in the beginning, Prabodh was also talking about the consumers are asking them to go for millet-based products with a taste factor that comes in. So taste and convenience is very important. And then I'm sure that now that PepsiCo, Nestle, then ITC Britannia were there earlier, Marico, Haldiram, Godrej, and many other HUL. All these companies have lined up to tie up with us to develop some products and then come out with this. So the industry is already put one leg into this thing. I hope that in the next 3 years, I think industry is going to take up in a big way, because I was watching the response of the industry for the past 20 years. So I'm really elated because the dream come true for a person like me working whole of life on this thing. But then, sir, one important point with regard to the chia and the quinoa and all those things, there is no basic R&D with regard to the crop production and other things and their acclimatization to various agroecological zones that are being raising this crop. So it cannot be a sustainable source. Whatever the little quantities that come imported from other countries are being just used. But other than that, I think until and unless the core research is there. So this is what even not only here, abroad also, not much research it is not much research crops. This quinoa and chia, maybe to some extent oats are better researched. So I think that has to be done in case if it has to be done. And I don't think they can be a sustainable source other than little portions coming from here and there in India.
I agree with you. The problem with us is we do a lot of research and very little promotion. They do very little research and do a lot of promotion. So no, they are investing in the marketing part where we are investing in the basic knowledge part. So therefore, we are losing out on this competition. So that's what I'm saying.
But
Yes, your research is excellent, but side by side, we need to market ourselves, our own product, our own Indian ones. Export anyway says there is a good export market. Even within our country, we must make people realize that we have equally high value crops growing in our country, which we can use apart from looking at the fashion of the imported grains. Okay. So thank you all. Thank you everybody. I think our time is running out because Dolly has appeared on the scene. So thank you very much. It was.
But sir, I think those who are listener, because we have talked to each other, but listener, I request, appeal, once in a week, at least incorporate some millet in whatever the fashion in your one of the dishes. I think let's take that pledge in today's and on behalf of all of us.
Near my house, there's an exclusive millet restaurant called Millet Express.
So, sir, the promotion is started.
Whole range of food, millet, and many of the people, and he's doing excellent business.
You know, sir, Shashikaran sir, I have not seen. See, dietary interventions are very slow. I will give you the iodized salt. It took 15 years, sir, to actually pan-India moment. Then fortified milk, fortified oil. It took, sir, years. But in case of millet, just 1.5 years. Look, everybody's talking about millet. So I'm very positive and very confident that millets are going to be like for pan-India, penetration is very, people are talking, the kids are talking, kids are asking to their parents, prepare something on the millet. So I have a very positive hopes. And as Dayashankar sir has said, consumers are asking, they are the king. The moment they ask, the entire industry and the farmers reciprocate. Yeah. And I have a good, actually, the hope for tomorrow.
And the future is for millets, and we slowly cut down on our rice and wheat cultivation. One, it'll pollution in the different cities will come down, and also the water requirement will come down, and it will be extremely. Apart from looking at converting fuel cars into electric cars to reduce the environmental thing, even in this through nutrition and agriculture itself, we can help the environment get better. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. Over to you, Dolly.
Thank you, Dr. Shashikaran. Thank you all the panelists. Very informative discussion, sir, and it was conducted very well. If Dr. Pai allows, shall I end this session with a vote of thanks, sir?
Yeah, please. Let me.
Dolly, we thought that you will be giving us the virtual trophy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, this actually was the cherry on top of the cake. So, the last session was the best one. Yeah, Dolly, please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we have come to the end of today's program, it gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have witnessed and helped to make this webinar successful today. Firstly, I would wholeheartedly like to thank our sponsors and the exhibitors, Amway, Marico, Zydus Wellness, Hindustan Unilever Limited, Nestle, Fine Organics, Vista Processed Food, Rocket, Hexagon Nutrition, SA Pharmachem, Sensient, and Prolicious. I would also like to express my deep sense of appreciation and thanks to all the speakers present today, Dr. Shashikaran, Dr. Shobha, Dr. Gobind Rajan, Dr. Vidya, Dr. Sudarshan Rao, Dr. Siva Kumar, Dr. Dayakar Rao, Dr. Prabodh Halde, and Dr. Nikhil Kelkar. Thank you very much for taking out your most valuable time and contributing to this webinar with much insightful talks. I would also wholeheartedly thank our panelists for the sessions, Mr. Pranay Jain, Mr. Vinay, Dr. Bhavana Sharma, Mr. Arjun Dasundi, and Ms. Shilpa Wadhwa. Thanks to our moderator, Dr. Jagdish Pai, Dr. Shashank Bhalkar, and Dr. Shashikaran for conducting the panel discussion so well. I would like to thank PFNDAI team, Dr. Jagdish Pai, Ms. Anuja, Ms. Prerna, and Mr. Mangesh for their enormous cooperation in organizing today's event. A special thanks to our enthusiastic attendees. who with their active participation made this webinar reach great success. So thank you for connecting with us. We are delighted to have all of you here, and do visit the exhibition hall where we have top exhibitors from the industry. I would also like to inform you all that this event will be accessible for next 7 days. So you can watch the webinar recording and also visit the booth. Thank you very much. Have a great time ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shashikaran, Jagdish.